Chapter 121. Yang Chen was still unable to use the flying sword to kill through the air. It couldn't be helped, his level was too low. Even though he had entered the 4th layer of Qi training, the flying sword technique could still only last a few strikes. Any more, and his spiritual power would be exhausted. Using the flying sword technique to kill the underground spirit beasts was powerful and fast. Unfortunately, before killing 3, he had to sit down and recover his spiritual power. Yang Qin didn't need to break through his spiritual power, but to integrate the killing intent of the Immortal beheading platform as soon as possible. So he didn't need to use this method. Holding the sword box in the shape of the Immortal beheading sword in his hand, the underground spirit beasts rushed in crazily and were stuck. It was the same posture as when Yang Chen was beheading in the execution field. Using the most familiar posture, Yang Chen slashed down again and again. 3 slashes for 1 spirit beast. After killing a spirit beast, there would immediately be a follow-up spirit beast rushing in to replace it, almost without stopping. The Yin-Yang 5 elemental secret art, under the effect of the Immortal beheading sword, cut into the body of the underground spirit beast. No matter what kind of spirit beast it was, the spiritual power in its body would be exhausted in a few slashes. Yang Chen could easily cut off the head of the spirit beast. Even if it wasn't a highly intelligent creature, the underground spirit beast had, after all, developed a spiritual sense. Every knife cut down, there's a feeling of Yang Chen killing a creature. In the same way, the killing intent in his body was also a bit more, and the murderous aura on his body was also a bit more. The will of the Immortal beheading platform was the most direct manifestation of killing. When Yang Chen felt completely in sync with the Immortal beheading platform, the fierce will also rushed out of Yang Chen's body and began to integrate with Yang Chen's killing intent. Every time he killed a spirit beast, Yang Chen seemed to be able to feel that there was something more in his temperament. It was like an executioner not asking for the reason, not asking for the result, just the kind of decisive cut with a knife. As for Yang Chen himself, it seemed that he had become a bit more aggressive. The crazy killing intent even frightened the underground spirit beasts outside, and they no longer dared to enter. Every time at this time, Yang Chen had to stop and restore his spiritual power while using the 3 purities secret art to completely absorb his almost overflowing killing intent. His daily life had become a cycle of killing and cultivation. It was dull and boring, and there was not even the slightest thrill or excitement. He could even kill tens of thousands of underground spirit beasts in a day. Sometimes Yang Chen even wondered if he should rush out into the underground spiritual beasts and risk his life to vent his anger. However, the calmness he had cultivated in his past life for 10,000 years made him restrain himself. What he needed right now was not to vent his anger, but to steadily increase his strength, hide some of the monstrous performances in the eyes of others, and then be able to become a disciple of his master again. Compared to this goal, everything else was not worth mentioning. Thinking of his master's eyes, Yang Chen couldn't help but cheer up again. It was another long period of killing. Yang Chen didn't know how long it had been. Anyway, he could feel that the will of the Immortal executioner stage in his body, after experiencing the killing of millions of underground spirit beasts, was finally completely stimulated. Boom! Like a god of death in the Immortal falling abyss, suddenly flashed endless killing intent. The people in the entire Immortal falling abyss seemed to feel this terrifying will. The will that could make the Jade Emperor tremble in fear directly scared all the creatures in the Immortal falling abyss into fainting. Even the masters of the Yuanying and Deshang stages were no exception. The only one who could stand soberly was Yang Chen. In the place close to Yang Chen, the underground spirit beasts that only knew how to act by instinct were directly attacked by the killing intent. Within a radius of tens of feet, it was originally crowded with spirit beasts, but now there was only a large piece of spirit marrow left, and there was nothing else. This was not the kind of killing intent that Yang Chen had when he first came out of the Immortal executioner stage, but the crazy killing intent that the immortal executioner stage had accumulated from the creatures it had killed since its existence. The fierce beast imprisoned in Yang Chen's body finally released its boundless pressure and began to completely integrate with Yang Chen. The spiritual power in Yang Chen's body seemed to be driven by a great force and began to circulate at a high speed in his body. His body seemed to have become a huge black hole, crazily absorbing the spiritual power of the underground spirit vein. The speed at which the spiritual power was pouring in even made Yang Chen feel a burst of fear. Fortunately, the Yin and Yang reversal 5 elements could effectively refine spiritual power, so Yang Chen's body did not explode from the sudden influx of spiritual power. The spiritual power of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, driven by the killing intent, began to grow wildly. And the killing intent once again began to go crazy in Yang Chen's mind. Obey me! Obey me! With the experience in the immortal executioner stage, Yang Chen was able to deal with it easily. In his mind, the eyes of his master in his previous life flashed, and the happy scene of his master giving him the bright ray sword. Yang Chen's face even showed a smile again. I have said many times, I am the executioner. In the face of the will of the immortal executioner stage, Yang Chen just smiled, firm and unwavering, letting the will of the immortal executioner stage be stimulated by his killing intent in the outside world to the final madness. Soon, unable to subdue Yang Chen, the will of the immortal executioner stage could only choose to be subdued by Yang Chen. Bit by bit, it began to completely integrate into Yang Chen's mind, becoming a part of Yang Chen. The familiar dark red aura once again appeared around Yang Chen's body, and the red and black blood mist was very eye-catching under the illumination of the night pearl. When all the killing intent completely integrated into Yang Chen, there was a bang, and the spiritual power in Yang Chen's body changed dramatically again. Originally, he had already entered the 4th Qi refining layer, and with the unique cultivation environment coupled with these days of non-stop cultivation, Yang Chen's cultivation had already accumulated enough. The killing intent stimulated the spiritual power, and it immediately rose again, quickly entering the 5th Qi refining layer. During the process of merging with the killing intent, the bottleneck of the 5th Qi refining layer was once again broken through. Under the crazy driving of the killing intent, the spiritual power crazily climbed, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through the 6th Qi refining layer and rushed into the 7th Qi refining layer. Only after breaking through the 7th Qi refining layer did the crazy spiritual power slowly calm down, and it was no longer as violent as it was before. Just breaking through 3 levels of checkpoints in a row even made Yang Chen's meridians have some severe pain. At this moment, Yang Chen couldn't care about anything else, and immediately rushed to the black jade praying mat, and began to repair his meridians and consolidate his cultivation. Elder Wu Xiong, who was in charge of the falling immortal abyss, was the first to wake up, but he had been unconscious for a full day and night. But when he woke up, he found that a biting cold killing intent filled the air. The killing intent was so strong that even Elder Wu Xiong felt fear from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to check it out, but he discovered that under the suppression of this killing intent, he couldn't even move a muscle. Chapter 122. Immortal Falling Abyss. Is there going to be an earth-shaking disaster? Elder Wu Xiong did not dare to make a judgment. He could only feel the killing intent pervading everywhere. He could only hold on, but there was nothing he could do. In Yang Chen's plan, he would build the foundation within 10 years and improve 1 level a year on average, so that he would not appear to be an evildoer. At the same time, he was also a rare genius in refining qi and could be valued by the sect. However, after climbing to the top of the heaven stairway, Yang Chen knew that the sect had attached great importance to it. Naturally, there was not much meaning in hiding it. In terms of cultivation, Yang Chen also began to let nature take its course, But he did not expect that in order to integrate the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage in the immortal falling abyss, he could be stimulated by the killing intent to upgrade 3 levels in a row, directly from the 4th level of the intermediate Qi refining stage to the 7th level of the advanced Qi refining stage. Counting the days, it was only a year and he had upgraded 3 levels. This speed, even if it was a genius, was a bit shocking. It took Yang Chen a full 10 days to consolidate his realm and repair the damage to his meridians. During this time, the thick killing intent had been permeating around his body. Among the creatures in the immortal falling abyss, only Yang Chen and Elder Wuxiong, who woke up later, were awake. Yang Chen knew the scourge of the killing intent outside his body. After consolidating his realm, he hurriedly began to cultivate the 3 purities secret art. The 2nd level of the 3 purities secret art was unparalleled in terms of absorbing the killing intent. It only took less than 6 hours to absorb all the bloody mist that covered a radius of dozens of feet. This was the killing intent accumulated by the immortal beheading stage. It was not known how many immortals had been killed by the immortal beheading stage. It was completely transformed into Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. In the process of transformation, Yang Chen felt his spiritual awareness surging and even had a feeling of disbelief. Originally, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had already reached the peak of the foundation stage, and now it was still rising, accumulating and beginning to hit the barrier of the Jian stage. Even if it was a knowledgeable person, it was impossible to believe that Yang Chen was now a disciple of the Qi refining stage, but his spiritual awareness had already reached the realm of the Jian stage. Boom! Under the continuous impact of the divine sense, a sudden roar sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Then, Yang Chen felt his whole body shake, as if he had suddenly appeared in a bloody world. Yang Chen knew that this was the sea of consciousness that was opened after his spiritual sense entered the golden core realm. Generally speaking, as long as one sea of consciousness was opened, then one would truly have the hope of condensing a core. However, after Yang Chen absorbed the will of the immortal slaying platform, he directly took this step. Originally, the 3 purities secret art was the role of condensing the spiritual awareness and expanding the sea of consciousness. Now that the sea of consciousness has been successfully opened, but the killing intent has not yet been absorbed, continue to absorb and refine, and in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, it also began to change slowly. The bloody world was filled with smoke, as if all the killing intent outside his body was concentrated here. But very quickly, the blood-colored mist began to slowly gather, then converged into a blood-colored river, and began to flow on the blood-colored ground. The entire sea of consciousness also began to slowly fade, and it seemed that all the blood color began to converge in the river. In the empty sea of consciousness, there was only such a bloody river formed, and there was no other scenery. But Yang Chen was already ecstatic. In his previous life, when he had just formed the sea of knowledge, it was just a white mist, as small as a shabby room. How could he open up such a huge sea of knowledge with a blood-red river in one go? The 3 purities secret art was the 3 purities secret art. At this time, Yang Chen also had to sigh at the strength of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's cultivation method. It was just strange. How could such a powerful Tao ancestor be captured by the profound heaven sect and sent to the immortal slaying platform? This strange sea of consciousness. Yang Chen knew that this was the initial stage of the Tai Ching realm, the lowest of the 3 realms of the sea of consciousness of the 3 purities secret art. This was just the opening of the sea of consciousness. There was still a long way to go from the real Tai Ching realm. But since there was this good start, does Yang Chen still need to worry about his future cultivation? With a long breath of satisfaction, the spiritual awareness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, and Yang Chen also completely woke up. This time, the integration of the will of the immortal slaying platform was simply a surprise. At this point, the killing intent that pervaded the immortal falling abyss was swept away. Without the explosive killing intent, the creatures in the immortal falling abyss slowly woke up. Those with high cultivation bases. When they woke up, they found that there were hundreds of unconscious spirit beasts around, and they were overjoyed. No matter what, they had to kill these spirit beasts that came to their door and take the spirit marrow. Fortunately, those who could enter the immortal falling abyss were basically approved by the heads of the various sects, so they couldn't find anything. Although the time to wake up was fast and slow. After all, it was still faster than the underground spirit beasts. Otherwise, the immortal falling abyss would have lost more than half of the trial disciples today. Even so, no one knew why they were unconscious, and even Elder Wu Xiong, who had been guarding the immortal falling abyss all this time, didn't know the reason. The disciples who woke up only knew to take the spirit marrow first. Yang Chen was also no exception. He completely released his spiritual awareness, and the scene within a few hundred feet around him was clear at a glance. There were scattered spirit marrow and unconscious underground spirit beasts everywhere. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't let this opportunity go. He directly rushed out of the cave and then first cleaned up the surroundings, wantonly plundering at least 10,000 pieces of spirit marrow. Only then did he happily return to the cave, find a spirit beast to plug the cave entrance, and then began to examine the changes in his body again. Yang Chen could accurately judge the 7th stage of qi refining, but the current qi refining 7th stage was completely different from the qi refining 7th stage of his previous life. With the powerful yin-yang 5 elements secret art, the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, and the earth fiend formation art, the current Yang Chen could beat tens of Yang Chen of the same level from his previous life. Almost out of habit, Yang Chen took out a flying sword from the sword case and began to refine it. The heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art passed the 2nd stage of the sacrificial refining almost without any hindrance. In just 2 hours, the flying sword quickly improved by grade. The sword body was shining brightly, very pleasing. Similarly, the earth fiend formation art passed the 2nd stage without any hindrance, and even rushed to the 3rd stage. Among the spirit power threads in his body, the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art had a trace of light, and the earth fiend formation art also had 2 more traces. Moreover, what made Yang Chen pleasantly surprised was that the spirit power threads, which were originally as thin as silk, had now become as thick as a thin needle, becoming more and more condensed. In front of Yang Chen's eyes, the beautiful eyes of his master from his previous life flashed, and in an instant it turned into his master's smiling face. Yang Chen, this bright ray sword is specially refined by me for you. You take it and diligently practice. The slender jade finger in Yang Chen's mind was constantly enlarged, and gradually filled all of Yang Chen's memories. Master, I will soon be able to build the foundation, and soon I can return to your side and become your disciple. Chapter 123. The profound spirit furnace was a magic weapon that Yang Chen cared about the most. This was a good thing that could be used in the immortal world in the future. Yang Chen would definitely take good care of it. Of course, the celestial spirit treasure refining secret art would not be missed. It could improve the grade of the profound spirit furnace. This kind of good thing, Yang Chen would never neglect the profound spirit furnace. Under the control of Yang Chen, the majestic spiritual power was sacrificially refined inside and outside the profound spirit furnace. Yang Chen sacrificial refining was very attentive, and even the defects in the profound spirit furnace could be clearly explored with spiritual awareness. With the relationship of recognizing the owner and sacrificial refining, Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, which was already comparable to the middle Jiedon stage, directly penetrated the interior of the profound spirit furnace and saw the structure and defects inside clearly. Although the sacrificial refining of the celestial spirit treasure refining secret art was very successful, Yang Chen still felt that there were some shortcomings in the ointment. The level of the fire attribute spiritual power was too low, and there was no suitable fire seed and materials. Some of the defects that could be obviously seen could not be made up, which made Yang Chen very regretful. It seemed that it was necessary to focus on improving his own fire attribute, spiritual power. Yang Chen was originally a fire attribute, innate spirit root. His previous realm was low, and he had already declared that in order to understand the characteristics of other attributes, he had been in contact with all 5 elements. But now that the level of refining qi was getting higher, Yang Chen also had to consider that he had to highlight his own fire attribute cultivation base. Otherwise, he would definitely let countless guys look sideways. There was a good opportunity at the moment. Yang Chen knew that in this immortal fallen abyss, there was an underground fire vein. The earth core fire was the Yin fire, 4th fire, that was needed for alchemy. After collecting it, not only could the profound spirit furnace be upgraded again, but Yang Chen's fire attribute cultivation base would also be more outstanding. After the celestial spirit treasure refining secret art, it was the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, which was followed by the universe treasure raising secret art, the luxurious sacrificial refining method, and the luxurious maintenance technique, not to mention the same level of magic weapon. Even if it was a higher grade magic weapon than the profound spirit furnace, if the magic weapon had a spirit, it was estimated that it would be dwarfed and overshadowed. After refining the sword case in the same way, Yang Chen reached out and took out the purified bottle from the Xianyang mountain herb garden that had absorbed all the spiritual power. The earth flame was in the other direction of Separation Village. It was time to leave. However, when Yang Chen was about to receive the purified bottle, he was taken aback. The medicinal garden bottle and bottle cap were originally very high-level magical weapons. With Yang Chen's current level, before he reached the foundation establishment stage, Yang Chen didn't even think about sacrificially refining them. Even if he had the heavenly spirit treasure refining art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation art, it was still the same. Now that the medicine garden was only marked by Yang Chen's spiritual consciousness, it would no longer harm Yang Chen. Originally, in Xianyang Mountain, the medicine garden's purified bottle only had a thin trace of spiritual power left. When collecting the senior's sword case, the purified bottle completely absorbed the small underground spiritual vein, but it only added a layer as thick as a finger. But now, the purified bottle had absorbed full of spiritual power. The whole purified bottle exuded a soul-stirring aqua blue color. Holding it in his hand, it was like a crystal, clear ice cube. Not only that, but the lid of the purified bottle also seemed to be full of spiritual power, emitting a burst of golden light. This change was unexpected for Yang Chen. He originally thought that the bottle cap used the spiritual power of the purified bottle, but now he discovered that it could be separated separately. Obviously, just by looking at the color, it could be seen that the sword array of the bottle cap was of the metal attribute. This was an unexpected surprise. At the very least, Yang Chen wouldn't have to worry about the spiritual power of the medicine garden for decades, or even hundreds of years. In the future, as long as he could sacrificial refine it, he might be able to let the medicine garden absorb a variety of spiritual objects of the 5 elements and form a 5-element world in the medicine garden. At that time, he could not only cultivate the medicinal herbs planted in the medicine garden now. There was no time limit for cultivation. When he really ascended, he would have fresh medicinal herbs that were hundreds or thousands of years old. Naturally, he would have a great advantage. The underground spirit vein that was full of spiritual power had been frantically absorbed by Yang Chen over the past 2 years. In addition to the absorption of the purified bottle in the medicine garden, it was now much weaker. However, the Immortal Fall Abyss was underground, so it would naturally recover slowly. Yang Chen didn't realize that he had taken advantage of the fellow Taoist, who had discovered this place later. He reluctantly used the light of the pearl in his hand to take one last look at this place that seemed like a cheat. Then he left without any reluctance. The direction of Separation Village could be found through the reaction of the pearl in his hand. Apart from emitting light, the pearl could also guide the people who came here to train back to Separation Village. As long as they followed the direction marked on the pearl, they could easily reach their destination. As he walked, Yang Qin counted the spiritual essence he had obtained. These days he had been either killing or cultivating day and night, so Yang Qin hadn't had the chance to count his spoils of war. With this number, Yang Qin himself was almost shocked. After killing millions of underground spirit beasts, Yang Qin actually had tens of millions of spiritual essence in his hands. What did tens of millions of spiritual essence mean? 50,000 pieces of 5 elements spiritual essence could increase the speed of spiritual qi gushing out by about 1 unit. This speed of spiritual qi gushing out was equivalent to 1% of the speed of spiritual qi gushing out of the spirit vein in Chunyang Palace on Meiqing Mountain. Even if there were only 10 million pieces of spiritual essence, it was equivalent to expanding the spirit vein by 200 units. This meant that the current exit of the spirit vein in Chunying Palace could be expanded by 2 times. This also meant that the concentration of spiritual power in Meiqing Mountain would be 2 times stronger than before, which was 3 times stronger than before. After this trip, if Yang Qin took out all the spiritual essence, it could almost be said that Chunyang Palace would be able to turn around immediately. The foundation of a sect was indispensable. Now, Yang Qin could almost improve the land of Chunying Palace by 2 levels almost by himself. Everyone knew what the effect would be if a person from a sect occupied the spiritual power resources of 3 sections. Even a disciple at the Pika Foundation establishment realm could not get so much spiritual essence after staying in the Luo Abyss for 10 years. That was to say, Yang Qin found such a cheat-like way. He slightly converted the bloody scene in his sea of consciousness into a little killing intent and spread it around his body. None of the underground spirit beasts dared to approach him. After killing millions of underground spirit beasts, Yang Qin naturally had a kind of oppressive aura, like a natural enemy to these underground spirit beasts. None of the spirit beasts dared to take the initiative to approach him. Originally, it took him less than 7 days to walk against the spirit beasts for half a month. He felt that Liluo village was already about a day's journey away. Suddenly, the ground in front of him lit up with a pearl light. This was the pearl light given by Liluo village, which was the same as the pearl light given by Yang Qin. A person's voice almost instantly reached Yang Qin's ears. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't wait for you for a year and a half in vain. I've finally waited for you. Yang Qin Dai." Chapter 124. This voice was somewhat familiar, but Yang Qin was startled for a moment before recalling that it was Jin Tao's voice. Jin Tao had been planted with an inner demon by the soul shaker art. Logically speaking, without the help of an expert, he shouldn't have been able to wake up. Why had he waited here for a year and a half? Jin Tao, aren't you afraid of being discovered by Elder Wu? Although Jin Tao had shouted for Yang Qin to die, he didn't immediately make a move. He must have had some misgivings. Yang Qin didn't take this to heart and directly pointed it out. In the past, you naturally couldn't kill people in Immortal Falling Abyss. But now, humph. Jin Tao coldly snorted. "I don't know where the ominous demon has appeared, but Elder Wu has already gone to the depths of the Immortal Fallen Abyss to investigate. So it's normal for some trial disciples to have some mishaps, isn't it? In other words, there won't be any trouble killing people here." Yang Qin wasn't afraid of trouble, but if he could avoid it, he naturally wouldn't meddle. "So prepare to be executed. No one will find out that you've been killed except me." Jin Tao's face clearly carried a sinister smile and a trace of anger. Who would have thought that I, Jin Tao, an expert at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, would be fooled by a mere qi condensation stage junior like you? If it weren't for Elder Wu noticing, I would still be muddle-headed. Jin Tao's anger also made Yang Qin understand why Jin Tao, who had planted an inner demon in his heart, was so clear-headed and had waited for him for a year and a half. So it was Wu Xiong who had made a move. But since Wu Xiong was an elder in charge of Immortal Falling Abyss, it was normal for him to save a disciple who was in a bad state of mind. It wasn't worth making a fuss about. You made me a laughingstock in a mortal-falling abyss for a year. I will grind your bones to ashes to appease the hatred in my heart, Jin Tao said fiercely. He was a proud person, so this kind of thing was simply a great humiliation to him. In particular, he clearly knew that it was Yang Chen who made the move, but he could not make it public. If others found out that he was plotted against by a junior in the qi condensation stage, he would be even more embarrassed. Yes, in Jin Tao's heart, Yang Chen must have plotted against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so depressed. He was not clear about other things, but this Qi Refinement Realm Junior in front of him was a second revolution pill master. Maybe he had used some kind of vicious poison to plot against him. In a face-to-face situation, Jin Tao knew that even Yang Chen would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, Yang Chen would not easily believe Jin Tao's words. He released his divine sense and began to observe the surrounding movements. Yang Chen only wanted to know what was going on. If he didn't take the initiative to investigate, his divine sense could even cover a radius of a few hundred feet. The result of the investigation made Yang Chen very satisfied. Apart from himself and Jin Tao, there was indeed no one else in the surroundings except for the underground spirit beasts. After taking back the bloody killing intent that formed a pressure on the underground spirit beast, Yang Chen smiled at Jin Tao on the opposite side. Jin Tao, every injustice has its source. Every debt has its debtor. Without waiting for Yang Chen to finish his sentence, Jin Tao interrupted and said with a sinister smile, "That's right, every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor." Strictly speaking, it was Martial Nephew Han Jian of the Tianquan sect who was in the wrong. He took the initiative to provoke and even fought to the death, so he deserved to die. However, as a cultivator, if we were to pay attention to this, then what's the point of living? This is the principle of helping one's kin and not reason. Don't be resentful. This world is just so unfair. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Jin. Jin Tao's words seemed to make Yang Chen somewhat enlightened, and for the first time, he said a word of thanks to his enemy. What guidance? Jin Tao stood rooted to the ground, not understanding what Yang Chen meant by every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. The first is because of what Senior said, helping one's kin and not reason. I've learned my lesson. Yang Chen cupped his hands and thanked Jin Tao, causing Jin Tao's expression to turn ugly. If there's the first, then there's the second. What's the second? At this moment, Jin Tao was actually attracted by Yang Chen's words and couldn't help but ask curiously. The second is to thank Senior Apprentice Brother for telling me that there will be no big problem in killing people here. Yang Chen still replied in a serious manner. Hearing Yang Chen's reply, Jin Tao was stunned for a moment before he started laughing maniacally. He pointed at Yang Chen with one hand and clutched his stomach with the other. He couldn't stand up for a long time, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. After laughing for a long time, Jin Tao straightened up and said with a serious expression, "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life." Fine, I'll show you the difference between foundation establishment and qi condensation. After saying that, a sword light suddenly flew up from the back of Jin Tao's head. Then it transformed into a snow-white flying sword that slowly stopped in front of Jin Tao. Don't think that just because you killed a few qi condensation juniors that you're a big deal. Jin Tao's cold words were squeezed out of his gums. With a point of his finger, the flying sword turned into a streak of light that shot towards Yang Chen. Opposite him, Yang Chen's body strangely blurred and disappeared without a trace. Jin Tao didn't seem surprised at this. With a flash of light, the sword began to dance around his body. An escape technique? So you're already at the 8th layer of qi condensation. No wonder you're so arrogant. Jin Tao sneered and pointed at the ground, shouting, "Break for me!" On the ground where Jin Tao's finger was pointing, a huge hole suddenly appeared. With a flash of light, the sword disappeared into the crack in the ground. Ding, 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 ding. A series of collisions rang out from the ground. Jin Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he listened to the series of collisions. What is this? How can it block my flying sword? Jin Tao was truly shocked. He didn't think that the flying sword that he had carefully refined would be blocked by something that Yang Qin didn't know. This was definitely not something that a qi condensation cultivator could take out. While he was shocked, he also revealed a happy expression. After I kill you, all of these things will be mine. I think you should be wondering why the surrounding underground spirit beasts haven't attacked us after so long. Yang Chen's figure did not appear, but his words could be heard from all directions. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Jin Tao was also shocked. Only now did he notice the abnormality in his surroundings. He had been so absorbed in the joy of waiting for Yang Chen that he didn't notice this obvious abnormality. What's going on? He had already discovered that there were already tens of underground spirit beasts surrounding them. If he didn't withdraw his flying sword, it seemed that he would have no choice but to fight with these underground spirit beasts. Just as he was hesitating, he suddenly heard Yang Chen's words. You want to kill me with this level of skill? Dream on. Dream on. The moment these three words entered Jin Tao's ears, it was as if a wave of emotions that had been buried deep in his heart had been stirred up. He immediately began to go crazy. Chapter 125. Last time, when Yang Chen used the God-shaking technique, the last three most important words were dream on. Now, Yang Chen yelled out these three words again, and he still used the God-shaking technique in the Three Purities secret art to shout it out, which made Jin Tao fall into a trance again. The God-shaking technique, after all, was the spell in the Three Purities secret art given by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Even if Elder Wu Xiong had awakened Jin Tao from that depression, there was still a trace of heart demon hidden deep in Jin Tao's subconscious that could not be completely solved. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has now broken through to the realm of the middle Jedon stage, and it was more powerful than when he first used the God-shaking technique. The same sentence directly made the trace of heart demon in the depths of Jin Tao's heart go crazy again, and Jin Tao could no longer control the attack smoothly. The most terrible thing was that at this time the surrounding underground spirit beasts had discovered the threat. Their killing intent had completely disappeared, and they rushed up fiercely. Even in a trance, Jin Tao instinctively felt the threat of the underground spirit beasts. The flying sword, which was originally attacking Yang Chen in the underground, flew out of the ground in an instant and began to fly around Jin Tao's body, attacking the spirit beasts that rushed over. Jin Tao was flustered. He was unprecedentedly flustered. He didn't even know why he was so distracted at this critical moment. All he knew was that he was doing his best to resist the underground spirit beasts from all directions. Not to mention killing them, it was already a great result for him to be able to resist their attacks. The more flustered he was, the more he remembered Yang Chen's reminder. The more he remembered that there was a Yang Chen who disappeared in the underground. It was a pity that, although Jin Tao was at the peak of the foundation stage, he was not of the earth attribute. Earth escape, he could not use it at all. Moreover, he was underground. Even if he wanted to escape with the flying sword, he could only resist. On the surface of Jin Tao's body, an armor had appeared. It seemed to be a magic weapon refined by Jin Tao. There were several attacks from the underground spirit beasts that dodged the flying sword, and their claws grabbed the armor fiercely, flashing a burst of sparks. It seemed like the protective magic treasure had a pretty good effect, but Jin Tao's face did not have that kind of complacency at all. There was only panic and fear. His strength at the peak of the building foundation stage and his ability to crush Yang Chen into ashes were all insignificant in front of a large group of underground spiritual beasts and when his own life was threatened. Right now, in Jin Tao's heart, there was nothing else but fear and regret. Moreover, regret occupied the majority of his heart. He was a dignified expert at the peak of the foundation establishment realm who was about to condense his core and become a grand master. How could he be possessed and want to stand up for that good-for-nothing disciple of his own sect. When Han Jianda was in the 6th layer of Qi training, he insisted on playing a life-and-death game with a junior in the 3rd layer of Qi training. If news of this got out, he would become a laughingstock, not to mention that he was killed instead. It was a fair and above-board challenge to the death. Life and death did not matter, and they were not allowed to pursue the matter afterwards. But Jin Tao himself made a somersault. When he heard the name of Yang Chen in the Chunying Palace, he had to be embarrassed. Not only was his weakness seized by others, his little trick was seen through, and Yang Chen planted an inner demon in him. It was reasonable to say that when Jin Tao woke up, he should know the danger and not touch Yang Chen again. But because of the injustice in his heart, he wanted to get back at Yang Chen, and now he fell into such a situation. But now it was too late to regret. Not only was he attacked by the underground spirit beasts, but there was also Yang Chen in the dark, eyeing him covetously. "Junior brother Yang, I'm joking with you. Don't misunderstand." At the moment of life and death, Jin Tao could no longer pretend to be a hero and shouted loudly at the people around him. His control of the flying sword was becoming weaker and weaker. He wanted to leave, but he knew that Yang Chen would not let him go so easily. He could only give in and hope that Yang Chen would be soft-hearted and let him go. Judging from Yang Chen's method of making him lose confidence at the beginning, this was very likely. "I really want to let senior brother Jin go. Unfortunately, senior brother Jin should not have told me that it doesn't matter if I kill someone here." Yang Chen's voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where he was at all. The only thing that could be confirmed was that he was monitoring Jin Tao's movements at all times. Although Jin Tao did not know why the underground spirit beasts did not take the initiative to attack Yang Chen, he could not care less at this moment. He turned around and left, activating his protective magic treasure to the maximum. Even if he was attacked by the spirit beasts a few times, he did not care. He only hoped to escape and return to Separation Village. Future matters could be dealt with later. His plan was sound, but unfortunately, Yang Chen would never give him the chance to do so. If you don't kill a snake, you will be harmed. Yang Chen knew this very well before he was reborn. He would never make such a mistake now. Jin Tao, who was madly rushing out, suddenly felt the pressure in front of him lighten. He had rushed out of the underground spirit beast circle, and there was nothing in front of him. Seeing this, Jin Tao was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush forward, his vision blurred and a figure suddenly appeared from the ground. It was as if the figure had been standing there all along, and Jin Tao had crashed into it. With a single thought, the flying sword that was dancing around Jin Tao was about to give Yang Chen a fatal blow. However, he suddenly felt a wave of confusion. In that instant, Jin Tao saw Yang Chen's hand suddenly wave up and a bright light flashed. Immediately after, he felt a cool sensation on his neck and his entire body relaxed. It was as if he was no longer affected by Yang Chen's words. His entire body felt relaxed like never before. Then, Jin Tao felt that he had risen a lot and his body seemed to be spinning involuntarily. When he saw the headless corpse standing under the dim light of the luminous pearl, Jin Tao finally understood what had happened. At this moment, a horrified expression appeared on his face. In the next moment, a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the flying head. The flying sword's bright sword light had already reached Yang Chen's side. In the blink of an eye, it would pierce into Yang Chen's body. Although he would die, it would be satisfying to die together with Yang Chen. However, the dream was Lin Jieling, but the reality was Luo Yufeng. The last thing Jin Tao saw was Yang Chen reaching out with one hand and directly grabbing the flying sword light. It was as easy as grabbing a bug. With a heart full of regret and unwillingness, Jin Tao finally closed his eyes. Yang Chen held the masterless flying sword in his hand. He looked at Jin Tao and shook his head without saying anything. It was originally a happy thing to increase his level, but there was such a person who spoiled the fun. Did he really think that he was afraid of killing people? Chapter 126. The Qinkuan Bag, the the armor on his body. Yang Qin did not let go of any of them. It was rare that Jin Tao thought about it thoroughly. He found a very secret place to wait, and it was far enough away from the village so that Yang Chen could feel at ease and boldly do things like killing and robbing without any psychological burden. A windfall that came to his door, he did not want it. In the Qiankuan bag there were only 7,000 or 8,000 pieces of spiritual marrow, plus 100 or 10 kilograms of low-grade spirit stones, so that Yang Chen could not help but despise the poor ghost. In addition to the spiritual marrow, there were some collected medicines. Looking at a few of them, it seemed to be the prescription for refining the yin-yang nature pill. This was the most common auxiliary medicine used when the foundation building stage condensed the pill. Jin Tao's peak foundation building strength could be used immediately, but unfortunately it was all cheap to Yang Qin. The quality of the flying sword was good, but it was only good. Compared to the few flying swords left by the predecessors in Yang Chen's sword case, it was still a little worse. He put it directly in the sword case. Maybe it would be useful in the future. However, the protective armor was made of good materials. After Yang Chen collected the earth fire, he might be able to refine and supplement some small defects of the profound spirit furnace. It was better than nothing. Whether it was the flying sword or the protective armor, it was impossible for Yang Chen to use it without any changes. There was a stack of talismans, which he did not know was prepared for the younger generation. It could probably be exchanged for some spirit stones, so he threw it into the Qinkuan bag first. In addition to these, there were some materials from the black iron pure gold here. It seemed that he planned to continue to temper the flying sword. Yang Chen was also not polite and directly threw it into his own merit ring. What he was most interested in were the few pieces of jade slips. One was the water attribute cultivation method of the Tianquan sect, which was practiced after the foundation building stage. Okra Yin water, mysterious technique. Yang Chen had heard of this cultivation method. It was also a cultivation method of the Tianquan sect with a long enough name. It just happened to be able to replace Yang Chen's Gui water cultivation method. It was Yang Chen's luck that he had the cultivation technique. Under normal circumstances, the cultivation technique would be memorized in his mind. It was impossible for him to leave a jade slip. It was clear that Jin Tao had intended to help others, but he died before he could succeed, and all of them became Yang Chen's possessions. The jade slip contained the method to create a formation diagram. Yang Chen looked at it, but was not very interested. He could give it to Gong Sunling for her to study. The last jade slip was a map. Of course, Yang Chen wouldn't care about an ordinary map. However, there were 3 locations recorded on this map, all of which Yang Chen had heard of before. They were all places where treasures were unearthed. Although Yang Chen had heard a lot of information, it was not as detailed as what was recorded on this map. It seemed that Yang Chen could go and take a look if he had the time. After putting away the items, he threw the Qinkuan bag into his merit ring. Yang Chen had already collected a few similar Qinkuan bags from various sections. When he collected more in the future, Yang Chen could even refine these Qinkuan bags to raise the grade of his own Qinkuan bag. Although the sect's Qinkuan bag was just a decoration with the merit ring, it was still just for show. Yang Chen didn't mind making it a little more advanced. Yang Chen didn't care about Jin Tao's corpse at all. After he left, the underground spirit beasts that swarmed Jin Tao's corpse devoured it cleanly. The corpse of a peak foundation establishment cultivator was simply a great tonic for these spirit beasts. Not even a scrap was left. In the Immortal Fall Abyss, another cultivator had accidentally fallen into the mouths of spirit beasts. Cultivators appeared in groups of 2s and 3s in the market of Separation Village. There was no day or night here. There were always people here at all times. A cultivator walked into the market and wanted to exchange for some spirit herbs. If he could survive outside for one more day, he would be able to obtain more spirit essence. As long as the price of the medicinal pills was right, it was a very worthwhile transaction. After entering the market, The cultivator habitually glanced at the empty spot in the corner. Just like before, it was still empty. Just as he was about to go somewhere else, he saw an unfamiliar figure walking directly in that direction. Under the surprised gaze of the cultivator, the figure directly sat on the empty spot. Then he placed a piece of white cloth in front of him and placed a small jade bottle on top of it. The cultivator was shocked and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. He didn't even dare to believe his own eyes. He directly probed with his spiritual sense. That's right, there was a sitting figure with an ordinary piece of cloth in front of him and a small jade bottle on top of it. A high-level chi refinement cultivator. This was exactly the same as the legendary second-grade alchemist from 2.5 years ago, except for the fact that his cultivation was slightly higher. After the great shock, the cultivator was immediately overjoyed. He almost shouted out loud. Such a good thing actually happened to him. The fellows who were lucky enough to obtain second-grade chi nourishing pills had relied on 100 chi nourishing pills to directly obtain 100 more spirit essence. Compared to the price of 10 spirit essence per bottle, it was simply a huge profit. Overjoyed, the cultivator rushed towards the corner like an arrow. However, although he was fast, there were people faster than him. More than a dozen figures from all directions directly rushed to the corner like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, the corner was surrounded by more than a dozen people. The person who appeared was Yang Qin, but he still didn't expect that he would be so popular in the immortal falling abyss. Because the underground spirit beasts didn't dare to approach Yang Qin planned to sell off all the chi-nourishing pills he had left for himself. He had just found his old spot in the market when he saw such a scene in front of him. A second-grade alchemist, moreover a second-grade alchemist in the chi refinement stage. Everyone knew what this meant. At this time, the people who surrounded him were no longer greedy for the pills in Yang Qin's hands, but for Yang Qin himself. Once Yang Qin could reach the level of a third-grade alchemist, then almost Yang Qin could immediately become a guest of honor of the major sections. In the mortal world, a fourth-grade alchemist was almost the limit, and there had never been a higher-level alchemist. Any pill, as long as it could be refined by the third grade, its efficacy would definitely be increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. If it could be refined by the fourth grade, then it would no longer be an ordinary pill, but would already be an immortal pill. As for the top ninth grade, it seemed that Taishang Laojuan's 9 Revolutions golden pill could allow a mortal to ascend immediately. In this world, there was no need to even think about it. The jade bottle that Yang Qin placed in front of him was directly snatched away, and on the white cloth in front of him, there were dozens of spiritual essences. Everyone knew that Yang Qin would only sell a bottle of nourishing Qi Dan at a time, and no longer cared about elegance. They hurriedly asked, "Yang, junior brother, do you have any more? I am willing to buy it at a high price." They thought that Yang Qin would not take it out again, but they did not expect that Yang Qin would take out a few more bottles. Similarly, it was snatched away by people. The second-grade nourishing Qi Dan was much cheaper than the Peiyuan Dan, but the effect was almost the same. Everyone knew the benefits of this. Seeing that Yang Qin did not seem to have any more pills to take out, the crowd did not rush to snatch them again. Everyone took care of Yang Qin's business, in addition to their own benefits, in order to be able to leave an impression in front of Yang Qin, and in the future there would be plenty of days to interact with each other. After selling the pills, Yang Qin did not want to stay any longer, and was about to leave when suddenly someone asked, "Yang, junior brother, do you have any third-grade pills on hand?" It was a probing question, but Yang Qin stopped, turned to look at the person who asked the question, and suddenly replied, "After I leave the immortal falling abyss." Boom! These words were like a spark thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Chapter 127. The efficacy of a third-grade medicinal pill was needless to say. Those who could refine a third-grade medicinal pill were all outstanding alchemists in this world. Almost all of the known third-grade alchemists were old monsters in the Yuanying stage and Deshang stage. It was not easy to meet them, let alone ask for medicinal pills. Yang Chan in front of him could actually say that there would be a third-grade medicinal pill in a year. Did it mean that he could become a third-grade alchemist after leaving the Immortal Falling Abyss? A third-grade alchemist in the Qi refining stage? This was no longer a genius, but an evildoer. Any medicinal pill, as long as it was in the third grade, even the most ordinary Qi replenishing pill, was enough to be comparable to the Lingji mushroom jade pill. It must be known that the Lingji mushroom jade pill, as long as it was below the Yuanying stage, no matter how serious the injury was, as long as there was still a breath left, it could successfully save the life and treat the injury. It was simply an elixir. Junior Brother Yang, I am from the Qinkuan sect. In the Immortal Falling Abyss, if there is anything you need, just tell me. Junior Brother Yang, after leaving the Immortal Falling Abyss, if you need anything, just look for my Mo Yin sect. For a while, there were countless voices around Yang Qin, competing to curry favor with Yang Qin. Everyone knew what it meant to be able to make friends with a third-grade alchemist, especially before a cultivator in the Qi refining stage had become a third-grade alchemist. If they could provide enough help, the rich rewards would definitely make their own sect's head salivate. The chaos in the corner of the market immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the market. Everyone casually released their spiritual awareness and heard everyone's words. But no one understood how a cultivator in the advanced Qi refining stage could be pursued by so many foundation-building experts, and there was no lack of early Jedon stage masters. Wait, a cultivator in the Qi refining stage and also in that corner, could it be the second-grade alchemist? Immediately, everyone understood everything and began to madly fly in this direction. More and more people gathered. The enthusiastic scene made Yang Qin have an impulse to run away. The enthusiasm of the cultivators made people think that Yang Qin was a great person. The scene was really breathtaking. This kind of enthusiastic scene, Yang Qin estimated that even if the current lord of Chunyang Palace came in person, he would not have such treatment. I appreciate everyone's good intentions. In the end, Yang Qin still had to come out and say something. After cupping his hands in front of his chest, he loudly said, I'm still a junior, so I don't deserve such kindness from all the seniors. I'm still lacking some fire seeds for alchemy, so I need to search everywhere. If any of you seniors have any news of fire seeds or have fire seeds in your hands, I'm willing to refine a suitable batch of pills for you seniors in exchange. Once these words were spoken, some people were immediately tempted. Yang Chen's previous words were very full. After going out, there would be a third revolution medicinal pill. In other words, he estimated that he only lacked a high-level fire seed on hand, so he couldn't refine a third revolution medicinal pill. As long as the fire seed was in his hands, he could break through and become a third-grade alchemist. Although Yang Qin was a fire cultivator in his previous life, he was only lucky enough to find a fire seed, the true sun fire. It was very compatible with his great sun-blazing sun cultivation technique. Otherwise, Yang Qin would not have succeeded in transcending the tribulation and ascending. It was really difficult for a person to find a fire seed. If there were benefits, maybe these people would make great efforts to help him find it. No matter how high or low the grade of the fire seed was, it was not suitable for Yang Qin. But the profound spirit furnace could absorb it all, and it could also improve the grade. For Yang Qin, there were only benefits and no harm. Why not? As for these cultivators, they also knew the current needs of Yang Qin, the future third-grade alchemist master. If they wanted medicinal pills, of course, they would help Yang Qin to work hard to find it. If they could find it, it would naturally make Yang Qin remember it deeply. At that time, even if they asked Yang Qin's head, it would be much easier to talk. In this world, it was not everywhere that there was a third-grade alchemist master that you could flatter from the beginning of the Qi refining stage. Countless cultivators left with all kinds of hopes, and Yang Qin was finally no longer surrounded by many people and could do what he wanted to do. In the Immortal Falling Abyss, everyone still cared about the trial and hunting spirit marrow. Making friends with the alchemist master was just taking advantage of the situation. Everything could only be said after going out of the immortal falling abyss. Yang Qin disappeared again in the immortal falling abyss, and no one felt strange. All the people in the immortal falling abyss lived like this. No one knew where they would hunt the underground spirit beasts. This repair did not bring much substantial benefits to Yang Qin. It just gave people a reason to flatter him, and it also gave Yang Qin the opportunity to let others help him find the fire seed. Nothing else had changed. At present, for Yang Qin, nothing was more important to him than collecting the earth core fire. It could be said that in the 5 years since joining the Chunyang Palace to the present, Yang Qin's cultivation had not fallen for a day. Everything was all for the sake of being able to worship his master again. Yang Qin had a strong hunch that as long as he collected the earth core fire in the immortal falling abyss, his fire attribute cultivation would definitely reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage. No matter what, Yang Qin was also trapped in the qi refining stage. There were many things that could not be carried out before he officially reached the foundation establishment stage and could communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He could only rely on some other means to protect himself. Heading towards the location of the earth core fire, Yang Qin walked very easily. As long as he went, the underground spirit beasts all quickly escaped. There were almost no obstacles as he moved forward. Far behind Yang Qin, in several directions, there were people frowning. Yang Qin's speed was really too fast, so fast that they could not keep up. Did Chunyang Palace have some method to deal with the underground spirit beasts? How can he walk so fast? Why didn't the underground spirit beasts attack him? Someone looked doubtfully at a complex compass in his hand, looked up at the direction where Yang Qin disappeared, and frowned. A qi refining stage cultivator can become a third-grade alchemist? Such a person must not be allowed to stay in Chunyang Palace. In another direction, a black shadow was also holding a compass, looking at the trembling pointer on the compass with an unfriendly expression. Chunyang Palace really has a big reputation recently. Even a junior in the qi refining stage dares to swindle in the immortal falling abyss. We have to teach them a lesson. This was the thought of an expert. Could it be that Chunyang Palace has received the guidance of an expert? Why has the number of outer sect disciples increased several times in recent years? Even a junior in the qi refining stage can easily refine pills at the second revolution. A black-clothed man looked at the direction where Yang Qin left with some saliva. I have to catch this junior and torture him out of the secrets of Chunyang Palace. Countless people followed behind Yang Qin with various thoughts. However, the strange thing was that they all seemed to have the same compass in their hands, and all of them could point in the direction where Yang Qin was. Chapter 128. Even if he released his spiritual awareness, Yang Qin could not find these guys who had been following him for at least an hour. Although Yang Qin's spiritual awareness was already in the middle stage of gold core, his spiritual power was far from enough. Being able to find enemies a few miles away was already his limit. Any farther away, Yang Qin could not find them at all. However, no matter how hard the people behind him chased, they could not catch up with Yang Qin's pace. As usual, the situation of the underground spirit beasts rushing madly made these people more and more convinced that Chunyang Palace or Yang Qin must have a way to deal with the underground spirit beasts. This method must be obtained. In fact, Yang Qin was not walking fast, he was just walking at a normal speed. In the immortal falling abyss, Yang Qin did not have the luxury of flying. Although his level was now at the 7th level of qi refining, the 6th level of qi refining could basically fly with his own body without the use of talisman weapons, such as paper cranes. But in this underground, walking honestly was the most reassuring way. One must not show off. The problem was that Yang Qin's normal walking was a bit fast for the people behind him, facing hundreds and thousands of underground spirit beasts, wanting to keep up with Yang Qin. Even if these masters had reached the foundation establishment or even the core condensation realm, they could not do it. They could only honestly kill their way out. Yang Chen did not seem to know what was happening behind him. He just walked towards his goal as if nothing had happened. There was an underground river of magma in this direction. Many people knew that the location of the earth flame was in that underground river of magma. It was not a secret place, so it was not strange for people to go there. Anyway, he was a fire cultivator. Coming to this magma river was in line with his cultivation attribute. There was nothing that people could not figure out. Here in the magma river, there was always a dark red light. This was also the only place in the Immortal falling abyss that had natural light. The red magma flowed slowly under the ground. From time to time, a few fire bubbles would emerge from the surface. The surrounding environment was extremely hot. If an ordinary person came here, they would not be able to withstand it for even a moment. Surprisingly, when Yang Chen arrived here, there was already a figure standing on a high stone. His eyes seemed to be staring at the magma river. "You've finally come." Sensing Yang Chen's movement, the figure on the rock turned around and said in a condescending tone, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The faint red light reflected off his cheeks, just like the blood-red light when Yang Chen walked out of the Immortal beheading platform. "There's a lava river here, and you're short of fire seeds. Maybe you'll come here to try your luck and see if you can find the core fire." The other party seemed to want to express a kind of control that everything was expected. Without waiting for Yang Chen to speak, he eagerly said his own judgment. "Am I right?" "You're very right." Yang Chen finally had a chance to speak, not because he was stunned by the man's demeanor, but because the man spoke too quickly and seemed to be intoxicated. Yang Chen was too embarrassed to interrupt him. When he saw the man's proud smile under the red light, Yang Chen said, "But even if you're right, what does it have to do with me?" A rhetorical question directly pushed the other party's sense of superiority and smile back into his stomach. The other party did not expect that Yang Chen would have such a tone. Such a statement was not the same as what he had expected. In his imagination, Yang Chen, a junior in the qi refining stage, was guessed by him in such a clever way. His heart would certainly be greatly shocked. Shocked! Yang Chen would certainly ask him for his name, and then show his own name, so that Yang Chen's name would resound like thunder in his ears, and then he would be respectful, and the next thing would be logical. He did not expect Yang Chen to answer like this. In an instant, he had disrupted the man's plan and did not go according to his expectations. This made the man, who had always enjoyed the adoration of countless people in the sect, fly into a rage out of humiliation. "Cut the nonsense. Kid, I just want to know a few things. If you tell me the truth, you'll be rewarded." The man first said the first few things calmly, then immediately changed his tone. "Don't be so shameless. Well, as long as you give me enough benefits, there's nothing that can't be discussed." A smile appeared on Yang Chen's face. "Tell me, what do you want to know? What benefits can you give me?" Yang Chen's straightforward answer stunned the man again. The momentum that he had been accumulating for a long time was interrupted twice in a row. It was as if he had punched cotton, making him feel depressed and uncomfortable. Immediately, he no longer had that sense of superiority. The two of them used benefits to exchange for information. This was business, not a matter of who was superior and who was inferior. "You're just a junior in the qi training stage. How can you come and go freely among the underground spirit beasts?" In any case, Yang Chen showed a cooperative attitude. The man had no reason to flare up even if he wanted to. He could only directly ask his own question. "Also, how can you become a second-grade alchemist when you're in the qi training stage? What's the secret behind this?" "These two are not too big of a secret." Yang Chen smiled slightly and then asked, "However, what benefits can you offer? If it's too little, there's no way we can make a deal. As long as you tell me, I can spare your life. Use your life in exchange for these two little secrets." The man finally showed his fangs. "This price is already high enough, right?" As he spoke, the pressure in the sky was already unstoppable. A large net covered the sky. As he spoke, he had already begun to take action. He actually wanted to capture Yang Chen first, and then interrogate him. Not good. The other party's crazy pressure could be ignored by Yang Chen. That pressure was just child's play for Yang Chen. However, that big net made Yang Chen's heart tremble. Once he was caught in the net, it would not be easy to escape in a short time. In a flash, Yang Chen's body rushed forward and stepped into the magma river. Then, Yang Chen's figure turned into soft, flowing magma and disappeared in a flash. The other party's big net covered nothing, but he didn't expect that Yang Chen would not be affected by his momentum at all. Instead, he could use such a pure escape technique to disappear. But he immediately reacted and snorted coldly. A little fire escape technique. You just learned it and you dare to show off? Junior in the Chi training stage. Let's see where you can escape to. His figure flashed and disappeared in the magma river. Yang Chen was in the magma river, but he didn't seem to feel the crazy heat and moved forward easily. As soon as the other party chased into the magma river, Yang Chen felt his trace. So unforgiving, Yang Chen couldn't help but sneer. You want to compete with me in playing with fire? I want to see how powerful you can be in the fire. Chapter 129. That big net, Yang Chen could tell at a glance that it was woven from the silk of the mysterious ice silkworm. It had gone through many sacrificial refinements and was incomparably tough, impervious to water and fire and impervious to blades and swords. Once entangled, it would definitely be like a maggot in a tarsal bone. And what made Yang Chen most afraid was that the silk net had obviously been refined by a golden core expert. The bright light on it also showed that the silk net was not ordinary. With Yang Chen's current magic weapon, whether it was the sword case or the flying sword in the sword case, they could not cut the silk net. Even if he used flames to burn it, because he did not have a strong fire seed, ordinary flames could not deal with the mysterious ice silkworm at all. Right now, Yang Chen could only escape. The reason why he escaped instead of directly using the blood river in his sea of consciousness to release killing intent to intimidate the opponent was because Yang Chen had already discovered that a few figures had appeared on the road behind him. Although Yang Chen's full release of killing intent was enough to intimidate a large number of people, there was one person that made Yang Chen deeply afraid, and that was Elder Wu Xiong of the falling Immortal Abyss. Once Wu Xiong knew that he was the source of the killing intent, he was afraid that he would not be able to bear the consequences. Moreover, once the terrifying killing intent was known by others, he simply could not explain it clearly. Before cultivation, it could be said that it was the killing intent of an executioner, but after that it could not be explained. They were both killing underground spirit beasts. Why didn't others have it? Other than confirming Yang Chen's reputation as a certain fierce demon, there would not be any benefits for Yang Chen. Therefore, the blood river in Yang Chen's sea of consciousness could only be used as a last resort to save his life, and must not be used so easily. Normally, it was fine to use a little to intimidate underground spirit beasts, but to intimidate the spirit of all living things, especially a cultivator, it was absolutely impossible. When the big net missed, the enemy quickly kept the big net and chased into the flames. It was only at this time that the guys who were vaguely following behind noticed the abnormality over here and hurriedly rushed over. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, there was only an empty magma river. There was not even a shadow of it. At this time, everyone had already discovered each other, but no one was surprised. Several people stared at each other with hostility, and one person suddenly said, "Whoever catches him first will get it." This was clearly an agreement to divide the spoils, and it seemed that they had already regarded Yang Chen as an object in the bag. "All right," someone answered. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the lava river, vanishing into thin air. When the others saw this, they did not hesitate either. A few silhouettes shot into the lava river like flowing lights and disappeared in an instant. The lava river was very long. In this direction, the earth fire gushed out, covering at least a radius of several hundred miles. Moreover, the lava river was not long and straight, but fragmented, with lava gushing out almost everywhere. Naturally, the lava river was also distributed into a huge lava net. There was even a huge magma lake in the center of the lava net. This was the largest magma outlet, and the lava that spewed out was also the hottest. The magma here was not dark red, but bright red, and even the center of the magma lake was blazing white. The pursuing enemy knew that Yang Chen was looking for the earth fire, but he could not be sure whether there was earth fire in this magma net, so he could not predict Yang Chen's current destination. Of course, Yang Chen would not be stupid enough to directly bring his tail to collect the fire, but he began to lead this guy in circles. Yang Chen did not know that the group of guys behind him had a compass that could track his direction, as long as it was within 500 miles. These compasses could know where Yang Chen was. In the magma, Yang Chen's speed was not slow at all, and it was even faster than walking. Although Yang Chen's level was low, his fire escape technique was extremely proficient, so he was like a fish in water in this magma net. The more the enemy chased after him, the more annoyed he became. This magma net was simply a gathering place for fire attribute spiritual beasts, and from time to time, large groups of fire attribute spiritual beasts would surge out. Yang Chen's side was not hindered at all, but the Yang Chen was different. Every time he dealt with a group of crazy underground spiritual beasts, Yang Chen would widen the gap by a large distance. If this went on, he would not be able to keep up with Yang Chen's tracks for long. What was worse was that these underground spiritual beasts that were charging over seemed to have been stimulated for some reason, and each of them was unusually violent, causing everyone who caught up to them to complain incessantly. Could it be that they had really barged into the lair of a fire attribute spiritual beast? How could this be? Nobody knew that these spiritual beasts were completely frightened by the slight killing intent that Yang Chen emitted. Anything that dared to block their way would be attacked mercilessly and crazily. Soon, Yang Chen's figure could no longer be found, and the first person who was chasing after him appeared on the magma river helplessly and snorted coldly. However, he soon realized that there seemed to be more than one person chasing after Yang Chen. What was even more strange was that all of them were chasing in the same direction, as if they could find traces of Yang Chen. The compasses in the hands of the people who did not appear attracted his attention, and he raised the big net and immediately trapped the nearest person in it, rendering him unable to move. That person did not seem to have expected that someone would attack him, as he shouted, "Didn't we agree that whoever caught him first would get to keep it? What are you trying to do?" As soon as he finished speaking, the compass in his hand was snatched away by someone. After struggling a few times, he could not move, so the person lying in the net became obedient and did not dare to say anything more. He had already seen that this person was very powerful, and he was not one of the people he had just agreed on. At this time, it was better to be smart and not provoke the other party. "What is this?" Raising the compass in his hand, the person who attacked looked down at the person in the net and asked coldly, "This compass can track the location of the Cosmos bag on that brat." The person in the net replied honestly, "Senior, if you want it, you can take it." Just as he said this, he felt the big net wrapped around him tighten, and huge sucking power came from it, as if it wanted to suck out all the blood in his body. Immediately he was scared out of his wits and shouted, "Senior, please spare me! Senior, please spare me!" The person held the compass and looked at the pointer on it, which pointed in a direction in front of him. He sneered without saying anything. The person in the net seemed to be unable to hold on for a moment, and after a hissing sound that made people's teeth ache, the person in the net turned into a pool of pus and blood, which was absorbed by the big net. The magic treasures and cosmos bags on him were all taken advantage of by the owner of the net. Chapter 130. It was not easy to get rid of the troublesome guy, but Yang Chen found the figures of a few people. These people were like maggots in a tarsal bone, following Yang Chen. No matter how Yang Chen changed directions, it seemed that they could find Yang Chen's traces. Fortunately, These people were not as difficult to deal with as the first person, and Yang Qin could always escape in time. Soon, the action of these people jumping out of the magma river after a while attracted the attention of Yang Qin, and the compass in their hands also fell into Yang Chen's eyes. After a little thought, Yang Chen realized that there must be something on him that could let them track him. The experienced Yang Qin, after counting the magic weapons on him, immediately concluded that it must be his Qinkuan bag. The Qinkuan bag in the sect had a tracking formation that could track each person, and there was Chu Heng in Chunying Palace, so it was not difficult for Yang Qin to figure out why he was being tracked, and almost everyone had compass. He must have the sect's Qinkuan bag on him. Yang Chen just wanted to put on a show, and it would not arouse any suspicion. The important things were stored in the merit ring. It was very easy to solve this problem, as long as he stuffed the Qinkuan bag into the merit ring. But now, Yang Qin did not want to solve it so easily. He had a better idea. The people who were tracking soon found that Yang Qin was running towards the huge magma lake. Even the owner of the big net at the beginning found this, and could not help but slap his head. He himself had guessed that Yang Chen would come here to find the core fire, and the most likely place to have the core fire was the hottest place in the magma lake. He did not think of such a simple problem. If he had known, wouldn't it be better to wait here? The group of people divided into several directions and surrounded the magma lake. The first person was also among them. However, in front of so many people, it wasn't good for him to kill them. He just occupied a certain direction and stood above the lava lake, enduring the scorching heat as he calmly looked at the compass in his hand. Yang Chen was clearly heading towards the most central area, which was also the hottest and most terrifying place. Even the few people who came later didn't dare to rashly go down there. Ordinary fire escape could move freely in the magma that had been flowing for a long time, but it was absolutely impossible in that hole. Without a special defensive artifact or spell, only death awaited him. It was unknown if Yang Qin was aware of this. In any case, everyone was looking at the compass needle pointing in that direction. Suddenly, the pointer on the building trembled, and then began to spin randomly, no longer pointing in the right direction. Everyone was stunned. What did that mean? Soon, someone reacted. It was obvious that the Qinkuan bag's aura had disappeared. Could it be that Yang Qin didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to absorb the fire seed at the Qi refinement realm, but he was burned to death before he even reached the inside? Ordinary cultivators would carry a Qinkuan bag with them, which contained almost all of their belongings. The disappearance of the Qinkuan bag's aura also meant that the Qinkuan bag was destroyed. There was only one possibility, and that was that it was burned into nothingness by the scorching underground magma. Immediately, the group of people lost interest. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have shown up to threaten Yang Qin. They would have slowly let him know how powerful the magma was, and on his way back in defeat, it could trap him at any time. Now, they were pressuring Yang Qin too much, and he ran into the whirlpool of death in panic. In this way, everything in Yang Chen's hands had all turned into a pile of magma. Fortunately, if Yang Qin died like this, he would have completed the task entrusted to him by his close friends outside. It could be said that his trip was not in vain. It was just a pity. Everyone was a cultivator, patiently waiting at the side of the lake, killing the underground spirit beasts while observing the movements below. After waiting for more than 10 days, there were no more abnormalities, so they left one by one. In the end, only the expert who used the big net at the beginning was still waiting here, persevering. Humph! A group of idiots, a guy who can become a second-grade pill refinement master at the early Qi refinement stage. How can he not be familiar with the nature of fire? The guy who stayed behind hid himself in the dark, watching the movements here from time to time, secretly despising the group of people who left. Could it be that his brain has become stupid because his cultivation has increased? Does he want to deceive everyone with a little trick? The expert sneered here, but he didn't know that outside the circle further away, the few guys who left were also sneering. You are so close, are you afraid that people don't know that you are guarding? Yang Chen is not a fool. Why would he come out to die so easily? Everyone seemed to have already known what Yang Chen wanted to do from Yang Chen's words that there would be a third revolution pill after leaving the immortal falling abyss, as well as his later words about collecting fire seeds. The most likely thing here was the earth core fire. As long as everyone guarded the center of the lake, there was no need to worry that Yang Chen would not appear. If he wanted to get the earth core fire, that was the only possibility. Each of these guys had their own thoughts. No one knew that Yang Chen was secretly laughing in another place. When he was close to the center of the lake and could no longer bear it, he put away the Qiankuan bag into the merit ring, then immediately took a big turn and fled in another direction. Without the tracking of the Qiankuan bag, these people immediately lost their specific target and could only wait for the rabbit to come, guarding the side of the lake. After all, in everyone's guess, this was the most likely place to have the earth core fire. As long as Yang Chen wanted to get the earth core fire, he would have to appear in this vicinity, using his divine sense from afar to check those guys who foolishly planned to stay at the lake. Yang Chen almost burst out laughing. If he could openly appear in front of those people, he would certainly laugh wildly and ask, "Who said that the earth core fire must be here?" Yes, the earth core fire was not at the center of the magma lake, as everyone had guessed. Normally, people would take it for granted that the hottest place should be the place where the fire seed would most likely exist. But this was not the case. The earth core fire was the fourth fire. It belonged to the Yin fire and was not like the sun true fire, which was mainly blazing. The characteristics of the earth core fire were that it was continuous and mild, and the place where it existed was definitely not at the exit of the magma lake, but in another direction. And at this moment, Yang Chen was on a tributary of a small magma river. Normally, after reaching this tributary, the magma would slowly cool down and solidify into a stone. But this small tributary was slightly different, although the temperature of the magma was not that high, and looked like ordinary dark red magma. But compared to the magma in other places, it had a better flow. Yang Chen spent a long time to find this place. The reason why the magma that was about to solidify still maintained a very good flow was because of the earth core fire below. Chapter 131. No one would think that the earth core fire would be at the edge of the magma lake. If Yang Chen didn't know it through the memory of his previous life, he wouldn't believe it either. However, after finding the location of the earth core fire, Yang Chen's heart was still somewhat disappointing and jumped a few more times. In the previous life, when did Yang Chen have the sun true fire? It should be in the middle yuanying stage. When did he get the sun true fire by chance? And from then on his cultivation base was unstoppable until he ascended. Now, the earth core fire was close at hand, and Yang Chen was only in the advanced qi refining stage. Although compared with the sun true fire, the earth core fire was still several levels worse. But having a fire seed in the qi refining stage and having a fire seed in the yuanying stage were two completely different concepts. Quietly, Yang Chen wrapped himself with his spiritual awareness, and he would not be discovered by those people who swept around with their spiritual awareness and then disappeared into the magma. Below the magma, there was a small space that was less than 5 inches square. In this space, the magma that flowed slowly was completely different from other places. In fact, what flowed in this space was not magma at all, but flames that looked similar to magma. These flames just flowed in the space and did not overflow at all, but the magma that was close to it would be burned into liquid by the flames again and flow faster. The figure of Yang Chen appeared on the edge of this space. However, this time he did not use the fire escape, but directly used the fire control method to drive away the surrounding magma and vacate a space that could accommodate him so that he could get close to the earth core fire. Although the grade of the earth core fire was not high, it was only a 3rd grade flame, but Yang Chen was also very cautious at the moment. Even the lowest level of the flame, if it was not collected properly, it would also burn people to death. The best way was to use a medium. First, let the medium absorb the flame, and then the cultivator slowly extracted a trace of fire from the medium. And after getting used to it, he would increase it little by little and finally achieve the purpose of collecting the fire seed. With Yang Chen's experience, of course, he was already prepared. The profound spirit furnace originally lacked a fire seed, and now it was the best opportunity. However, Yang Chen was still very cautious. He didn't want to fail when his hope was right in front of him. There were 2 millennium profound yang fruits in his mouth, and between his hands was a palm-sized profound spirit furnace. Maintaining the posture of the 5 hearts facing the sky, Yang Chen first calmed his mind for a while and bit a profound yang fruit. While his body was full of spiritual power, he controlled the profound spirit furnace and flew slowly toward the edge of the core fire. When it was about to touch the flame, the profound spirit furnace suddenly broke through the edge of the flame and rushed into the flowing flame. In a flash, the original black, profound spirit furnace turned dark red. Yang Chen's mind has always been connected to the profound spirit furnace. At this time, he also felt that the crazy heat wave was raging around the profound spirit furnace, and the furnace body of the profound spirit furnace seems to have signs of melting. No matter what, it was also a 3rd-grade fire seed. The magma could be easily melted. It was very normal for the profound spirit furnace to show signs of melting. If it wasn't for the protection of Yang Chen's spiritual power, in the case of no one manipulating it, the profound spirit furnace that had not absorbed any fire seed would definitely be melted. Yang Chen soon felt the pressure, and the spiritual power in his body flowed madly to the profound spirit furnace. The 5 elements of the Yin and Yang 5 elements secret art were fully opened, and all of them were transformed into the fire attribute spiritual power and entered the profound spirit furnace. To collect the fire seed, the only way was to use fire to control the fire. Otherwise, there was only failure. This was why it was usually the cultivators of the fire attribute who could collect the fire seed. A trace of flame, under the control of Yang Chen, entered the interior of the profound spirit furnace, and then began to refine the internal structure of the profound spirit furnace. Yang Chen's spiritual power was to control everything in this trace of flame. Inside the profound spirit furnace, of course, the master of the profound spirit furnace was still the master of the profound spirit furnace. Soon, this trace of flame was absorbed by the profound spirit furnace. Next, there was another trace. Yang Chen's current cultivation base was too low. He was at the advanced level of the qi refining stage, and there was no foundation to communicate with the heaven and earth. The flame that could be absorbed at a time was really limited, and this seemed to be a 5-inch square earth fire. Yang Chen could only use this kind of grinding to grind a little bit of time. This absorption process took almost half a year's time. In the past 6 months, Yang Chen has almost never stopped using the means of controlling the fire to store and absorb the earth fire that was sucked into the profound spirit furnace. Almost 200,000-year profound yang fruits had been consumed, and it was still about 1 a day. The spiritual power consumption was enough to make ordinary foundation establishment stage experts feel pain in their flesh. It was not all without gain. Not to mention the other things, just the fire attribute spiritual power, under the crazy tempering of this half a year, has been at least 1 level higher than the other attributes of spiritual power. Yang Chen could clearly feel that his own fire attribute spiritual power had entered the level of the 8th layer of qi refining. In half a year, the 5-inch square earth fire was finally left with only a small trace, and all the others were absorbed into the profound spirit furnace by Yang Chen. At this moment, the profound spirit furnace has also undergone earth-shaking changes, and the shape of half a year ago was completely different. The small cauldron body still maintained the size of a palm, but the color has completely turned into a dark red. The top of the cauldron was overflowing with color, and it was very beautiful. The whole cauldron body seemed to show a kind of crystal clear appearance, as if it had been burned into a peerless ceramic by the earth fire. The last trace of flame was quickly absorbed into the furnace body by the profound spirit furnace. After absorbing for half a year, and the profound spirit furnace had adapted to the flame of the earth's core fire, This trace of flame only took half of the time at the beginning to be completely absorbed. When the whole process was completed, the profound spirit furnace suddenly sent a violent tremor, buzzing, followed by a sudden shock, and the furnace body was completely quiet. The dark red light began to flow on the body of the furnace, as if it was alive. After the whole thing turned on the outer wall of the profound spirit furnace for a long time, it gradually stopped, but it left a mark on the body of the furnace like the burning of the ground fire. Yang Chen controlled the profound spirit furnace to slowly land in front of his own eyes, grabbed it, and after playing with it for a long time, he put it into the merit ring. After doing all this, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and finally he could not continue to crazily output spiritual power, and he could finally rest a little. However, Yang Chen did not dare to relax for too long. Although the earth fire has been completely absorbed by the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen himself has not yet begun to collect it. Next, there are more important things to do. Chapter 132. In this hidden corner, Yang Chen thoroughly cultivated and nourished his body once. Because of the long-term output of spiritual power to control the profound spirit furnace to absorb the core fire, Yang Chen has not been so thoroughly nourished and cultivated for a long time. This time, it took him a full 10 days to get rid of the fatigue that he had accumulated over the past 6 months. After this warm nourishment, the meridians and spiritual power of the whole body were all restored to the level of their heyday. As Yang Chen expected, the fire attribute spiritual power was unique and began to become the leader of the 5 elements of spiritual power. Compared with other spiritual power cultivation bases, it was more than a level higher. This was also in line with Yang Chen's intention. As the aptitude of the heavenly spirit root fire attribute, it was normal for the fire attribute spiritual power to be prominent. The cultivation base of the fire attribute, even under the control of Yang Chen, could cover the spiritual power of other attributes. At least when Yang Chen went out of the immortal falling abyss, it would not arouse too many doubts. What Yang Chen had to do now was to find an absolutely safe place and then start to slowly extract the core fire in the profound spirit furnace and refine it. This was different from what Yang Chen had done before. After all, the profound spirit furnace itself had the ability to accommodate the fire seed, and it was also a medium for Yang Chen. To really control the core fire, Yang Chen's own strength was needed. Quietly, Yang Chen appeared on the surface of the magma river, and there was no one around. It has been half a year. If those people were still waiting here, Yang Chen would definitely admire their patience and accuracy of judgment. The absolutely safe place in the immortal falling abyss seemed to be the only place where Yang Chen cheated. Not only would there be no attack from the underground spirit beasts, but there was also an underground spiritual vein for Yang Chen to cultivate. It was simply a rare small immortal's cave. There were quite a few good places outside, but a cultivator could only stay in the immortal fallen abyss for 10 years. The time spent outside was also counted. Leaving so early was not worth it, so it was better for Yang Chen to finish his business here. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Chen's heart suddenly stirred. He slightly released his spiritual sense, and a few strands of spiritual sense, as thin as silk, slowly spread out in all directions. This was also a small use of spiritual awareness in the 3 purities, secret art. Generally speaking, it would not be discovered. His spiritual consciousness spread out for dozens of miles, and soon, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After such a long time, there were still people lingering around the lava lake. It was truly surprising. Yang Chen had underestimated the greed of a group of ambitious people who had obtained the method to become a 3rd-grade alchemist in the qi refining stage. Even if they had to wait here for a few more years, as long as there was a glimmer of opportunity, maybe these people would still continue to wait. It could be said that the previous Yang Chen, strictly speaking, was actually extremely disgraceful and was forced to flee by these people. Originally, Yang Chen also planned to absorb the earth core fire first, and then go out to find those people to settle accounts. But now, these people have been staying here, which made Yang Qin instantly angry. He had seen bullies, but he had never seen such a bully. Yang Chen's last life was controlled, almost like house arrest. What he was most disgusted with was this kind of guy who stared at people. Anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and his courage grew. If he continued to ignore these guys, then such a situation would definitely occur again in the future. Even those who did not have the intention to join the ranks of these people might be influenced by these people to join the ranks of these people. These people, if he didn't teach them a lesson and didn't let them know the power of Yang Qin, they would never give up. However, although he was angry, Yang Qin did not lose his mind. He was now only absorbing the earth core fire in the profound spirit furnace. And the worst of these opponents was also a master in the middle stage of the foundation stage. After successfully building the foundation and communicating with heaven and earth, the change in strength, Yang Qin knew better than anyone that it was not possible to say that a realm of the qi refining stage could compete. Unless the other party was like Jin Tao, he first did something bad to Yang Qin, and under the guilty conscience, he was taken advantage of by Yang Qin and planted a heart devil. Otherwise, he was not an opponent at all. He couldn't teach a lesson face to face. Yang Qin could only sneak attack from behind. For Yang Qin in this life, there was no question of whether this approach was right or not. In his previous life, Yang Qin had seen countless examples of winning by various means. Relying on the underground spirit beast would not pose any threat to himself. Yang Qin quietly relied on the fire escape and approached the guy who was the farthest away from the crowd. The spiritual awareness that was strong enough to be comparable to the middle stage of the Jiedan stage tightly wrapped Yang Qin's hidden figure in the underground, and did not disturb the guy who was hunting the underground spirit beast here and guarding Yang Qin. There was basically no difficulty for Yang Qin to sneak attack a guy who didn't find himself and was fighting with the underground spirit beast. The most difficult point was to leave before others arrived after alerting them. Yang Qin did not intend to kill this guy quietly. It would not work as a deterrent. Others would not even know that he did it. They would only think that he was hunting the underground spirit beast carelessly. Yang Qin wanted to teach these guys a lesson, so naturally he would not easily make a move. The guy who was controlling the flying sword did not expect the crisis around him at all. He was still meticulously hunting the spirit beast. After a few attacks by him, a spirit beast that was in line with his natural restraint fled far away in the direction of the magma lake. It seemed that with another attack of the flying sword he could get at least 2 pieces of spiritual essence. Without thinking, the Watcher controlled the flying sword to attack the spirit beast. Just at this moment, someone suddenly burst out from behind him. A blade light flashed in his hand and swiftly slashed towards his neck. At the same time, a shocking shout suddenly sounded in his ear. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Since you've come to kill me, don't blame me. Die. The shout that was mixed with the god-shaking art stunned the Watcher. However, in this moment he suffered a fatal attack. Yang Chen's sword case had already crossed the Watcher's neck. His head was raised a few feet high by the hot blood and then fell far away. The people in the other directions, including the expert in the center, all heard Yang Chen's shout at this moment. In shock, they all flew in this direction. Before they could go over, their divine senses had already spread out in a frenzy. Unfortunately, no matter how fast their divine senses were, they could only rely on their divine senses to discover that Yang Qin had already picked up the flying sword that had fallen in the distance. Wash your neck and wait. We will meet again. Yang Qin only left a sentence that made people ponder over it, and the figure suddenly disappeared from the exploration of their spiritual awareness. By the time everyone rushed over, there was nothing left except for the corpse of the Watcher. The Qinquan bag and the flying sword had already disappeared without a trace. Only Yang Chen's threatening words lingered in their ears. Chapter 133. This time, Yang Chen was determined not to let people find any traces of him. All the spiritual awareness that could be planted on his body were all placed in the merit ring. He used his spiritual awareness to wrap his whole body, without revealing the slightest aura, not to mention that it was just a foundation stage higher than him, even if it was a master of the Jedon stage. When the spiritual awareness did not exceed Yangchen, it would not be an easy thing to find him. His concealment immediately turned the enemies behind him into blind and deaf people. In any case, whether it was the naked eye or the spiritual sense scanning, there was nothing but a large number of underground spirit beasts. They wanted to find Yangchen's shadow, but not even the slightest sign could be seen. This was a very depressing matter, and at the same time, it was also very frightening. They originally thought that after guarding Yangchen for half a year, even if Yangchen grew 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be impossible for him to play any tricks under the situation where they intentionally or unintentionally formed a pincer attack. But no one thought that in just half a year, it seemed that Yangchen already had a great room for growth. At the very least, one of their mid-foundation establishment cultivators had already died in the hands of Yangchen. If Yangchen continued to appear and disappear like a ghost in the future, then everyone would understand how much trouble they had caused. But in the current situation, apart from jointly searching for Yangchen and then killing him, it seemed unlikely that there would be a way to improve the relationship between the two sides. Yangchen would not foolishly wait for these people to slowly search for him. He had already fled far away. What Yangchen needed to do now was to find an absolutely safe place, then refine and absorb the core fire to improve his strength. As for revenge, he would think about it later. In the Immortal falling abyss, there was only one place that could make Yangchen feel absolutely safe. In the small cave that he used to fuse with the will of the Immortal beheading platform, even Separation Village could not make Yangchen feel this way. Yangchen knew better than anyone the cruelty of the competition between cultivators. He didn't want to put his life in the hands of others and be restrained by a rule that wasn't very strict. This time, it took Yangchen less than 10 days to reach the cave that had been sealed last time. Yangchen did not open the concealed boulder that sealed the entrance of the cave. Instead, he directly entered the small cave using the escape technique. He carefully released a trace of blood-red killing intent to cover the entire cave. This way, no spirit beasts would come in and disturb him. Just in case, Yangchen even released the bottle caps of the herb garden. Even if Wu Xiong suddenly broke in, this array formation would be able to trap him for a long time. In any case, there was an underground spirit vein that could be replenished at any time, so Yangchen did not have to worry about his spiritual power being exhausted. After doing all this, Yangchen sat on the black jade futon and took out the profound spirit furnace again and observed it carefully. The profound spirit furnace that had absorbed the earth core fire did not even need Yangchen to inspect it. Just by looking at the changes in appearance, he knew that the quality of the profound spirit furnace had improved by at least 2 levels. On the body of the furnace, there was a large flame-like pattern. The more Yangchen looked at it, the more he liked it. He couldn't help but use the universe treasure raising secret art to warm the profound spirit furnace. With a slight move of his mind, a dark red fire suddenly rose in the profound spirit furnace. Yangchen threw the peel of the Millennium Profound Yang fruit that he had eaten these days into it. In just a moment, the peel turned into a thick liquid. Under the control of Yangchen's consciousness, it kept changing its shape, but there was no sign of burning. The earth core fire was worthy of being the most suitable flame for refining medicine in the mortal world. Any medicine, as long as it was not madly stimulated by the alchemist, it would only be liquefied and not burnt. Of course, this was only one of the reasons why the earth core fire was most suitable for alchemy. The real reason was that the earth core fire could purify or refine the impurities in the medicine according to the needs of the fire controller. It could almost be said that as long as there was an earth core fire, then the original alchemist would be promoted by a grade. This purification and refining alone was enough to match the first grade alchemy. And now, Yangchen could already rely on his own means to achieve the second grade alchemy. In this way, Yang Chen could almost say that he now had the level of a third-grade alchemist master. Of course, the level was the level. The strength was still a hard threshold. Many high-level medicinal pills. Yang Chen was trapped by the current realm and could not be refined. But even so, the third-grade low-level medicinal pills were enough to make many people covet. The skin of the 1,000-year-old profound yang fruit, plus some auxiliary medicinal materials, was the formula of the Qi Nourishing Pill. The Qi Nourishing Pill was very low level, so the main ingredient was the medicinal materials with sufficient spiritual power. There was no fixed rule. In addition, in his previous life, it was also the first time for Yang Chen to use the earth core fire for alchemy. Carefully controlling the flame, he first purified all the medicinal materials, and then, according to the pill formula of the Qi Nourishing Pill, Yang Chen then began the third-grade refining. Anyway, it was the Qi Nourishing Pill. Yang Chen deliberately used the technique of the Old Lord pill refining method, whether it was the purification, refining, or pulling of the pill, all were the last methods left by the Old Lord. After all this was completed, the medicinal materials that could be used to refine 100 Qi nourishing pills, only 10 Qi nourishing pills were produced. However, these 10 were all third-grade medicinal pills. When the medicinal pills reached the third grade, almost there would be a qualitative change, which was also the reason why the third-grade alchemy master was sought after. However, the 10 third-grade Qi nourishing pills in Yang Chen's hands were all refined according to the technique of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and the quality was better. Even Yang Chen himself was reluctant to spoil it. At the critical moment, these were all good things that could save lives. Just this point was enough to make Yang Chen regard the profound spirit furnace as a treasure. What's more, if Yang Chen wanted to absorb and refine the earth core fire, he must rely on the help of the profound spirit furnace. In the previous alchemy, in addition to familiarizing himself with the techniques of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord Pill refining method and experimenting with the profound spirit furnace, Yang Chen was familiar with the fire of the earth core fire. If he wanted to absorb the earth core fire, the first step was of course to be familiar with the fire of the earth core fire. Since the earth core fire was known as the most suitable flame for alchemy in the mortal world, the best way to be familiar with the fire was alchemy. Just one alchemy was not enough for Yang Chen to be familiar with the earth core fire. He needed information in all aspects, including the understanding of the situation where the flame was out of control. So Yang Chen needed more alchemy to understand the characteristics of the earth core fire more comprehensively. Yang Chen was very patient. For almost a whole month, Yang Chen was using the profound spirit furnace earth core fire to refine the Qi nourishing pills and familiarize himself with the fire. When Yang Chen had more than 300 Qi nourishing pills in his hands, Yang Chen finally stopped alchemy and began to absorb the earth core fire. Chapter 134. When the first trace of the core fire was absorbed into Yang Chen's body, the crazy burning sensation almost made Yang Chen unable to control his state of mind. In his previous life, when Yang Chen collected the sun's true fire, he was at the nascent soul stage. But now Yang Chen was only at the Qi refining stage, so his resistance to fire was far from being comparable. Fortunately, Yang Chen had tens of thousands of years of experience playing with fire, as well as a strong self-control. Enduring the burning pain, Yang Chen began to slowly penetrate his fire attribute spiritual power into the core fire. Soon, Yang Chen found that his whole body's spiritual power seemed to be ignited by the core fire, and his whole body began to burn. This was purely a feeling. As long as Yang Chen was willing, he could use his water attribute spiritual power to extinguish this flame at any time. However, Yang Chen did not do this. If he did not experience this once, Yang Chen would never be able to truly refine and absorb any kind of fire. Enduring the pain that almost ignited him, Yang Chen's nerves were as tough as an old mountain bamboo, and he did not have the slightest intention of giving up. His powerful divine sense was constantly monitoring the state of his body, guiding the spiritual power to come into contact with the core fire little by little. Absorbing a fire in the qi refining stage was a risky thing to do, but Yang Chen did not care about anything else. First, there were still a few fellows eyeing him covetously in the falling immortal abyss. Second, in Yang Chen's mind, he was looking forward to being able to help his master support most of the sky when he was back under his master's name. Without enough strength, he simply could not do this. After absorbing the core fire, Yang Chen could be sure that his fire attribute cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. A fire cultivator with a fire and a fire cultivator without a fire were not on the same level. Even when going all out, it was normal to kill people 2 levels higher than oneself. Yang Chen urgently needed to improve his strength, but he couldn't destroy the foundation he had laid before. He could only resist the idea of swallowing some heavenly treasures to soar to the sky in a single bound, while consolidating his foundation and steadily improving his strength. In his previous life, Yang Chen, who had ascended to the spiritual world and the immortal world, knew better than anyone else what happened to those fellows who relied on elixirs to ascend to the heavens in a single bound. It was already a great fortune to be able to become a servant for someone from the spirit realm. Most of them would unknowingly run into the territory of a powerful demon beast and disappear without a trace. There were no shortcuts in cultivation. With the passage of time, Yang Chen's body began to slowly get used to the burning of the flames under the nourishment of the fire attribute, spiritual power. At this point, Yang Chen began to move on to the next step. He extracted that trace of core fire into a finer form and integrated it into his 4th fire spirit thread of 36 Big Dipper and 72 Earthly Fiend spirit thread and circulated it in his meridians. The 4th fire spirit thread seemed to be boiling, and the fire quickly penetrated into the 108 spirit threads. It seemed that this dispersion reduced the power of the core fire by a lot. Soon, Yang Chen could no longer feel the existence of the core fire. Absorbing the fire seed, figuratively speaking, was using the fire seed to ignite the spiritual power. Only with enough flames could it be ignited. Just like ordinary fire, with enough flames, firewood could be ignited. Sometimes a small spark would not be able to ignite. Just absorbing a trace of core fire was far from enough to reach this point, so he could only continue to absorb. Even because of the strange state of Yang Chen's spiritual power, he would need more core fire. The next process began to repeat simply a trace and a trace. The core fire in Yang Chen's spirit thread was getting more and more. Finally, after reaching a certain limit, boom, the entire meridians began to burn. This time it was a complete combination of spiritual power and fire seed, and it was a complete combination of 108 spirit threads and fire seed. Each spirit thread was filled with the flame of the core fire. The places that had not been affected before seemed to be ignited, and all of them burned. The 4th fire spirit thread was like eating a big tonic. It rushed wildly, and under the stimulation of the flame, it quickly began to circulate along the meridians of the secret art. Yang Chen had completely lost the burning pain of the fire. Instead, it was the comfortable feeling of heat generated spontaneously from the body after every circulation. The core fire belonged to the 4th fire attribute. However, after the integration of the fire seed, not only the spiritual power of the 4th fire attribute skyrocketed, but even the 3rd fire spirit thread was like yin and yang. Under the stimulation of the 4th fire spirit thread, it began to absorb the aura of the earth, veins madly, and it rose all the way. The skyrocketing spiritual power began to rampage in the body, but under the control of Yang Chen's powerful spiritual awareness, it was soon firmly restrained in the meridians and became stronger and stronger. When the accumulation of spiritual power, Yang Chen felt that it was enough. Yang Chen began to guide this fire attribute spiritual power to begin to impact several key positions in the meridians. Boom! Almost like a hot knife through butter, the fire attribute spiritual power broke through a certain level, and Yang Chen finally entered the level of the fire attribute qi, refining 9th layer. Suddenly, there was an extra channel. The spiritual power suddenly seemed a little insufficient. but the core fire began to burn again, and the aura of the underground spiritual veins rushed into Yang Chen's body, and once again began a continuous replenishment process. When the spiritual power was accumulated enough, Yang Chen once again guided it to the next level. Under a spurt of energy, this level in the meridians was still broken through without any suspense, the 10th layer of the qi refining, the peak of the qi refining. For a while, Yang Chen had a vague feeling of feeling the aura of heaven and earth. At this realm, what Yang Chen had to do was to accumulate enough spiritual power and begin to break through his own state of mind, enter the point of communicating with heaven and earth, and then successfully build the foundation. For Yang Chen, the breakthrough of the state of mind was not a problem at all. With the experience of great principle, golden immortal, how could he be trapped in a small realm of foundation? However, Yang Chen did not want to break through immediately in the realm of the peak of the qi refining. First, only the fire attribute, spiritual power improved. Other attributes also need to be appropriately improved, not too far apart. Second, Yang Chen needs to thoroughly consolidate this realm, not one-sidedly pursue the improvement of the realm. Haste makes waste. The appropriate stability for the future development absolutely has immeasurable benefits. At this point, Yang Chen slightly calculated the days, but suddenly found that, unknowingly, another half a year had passed here. Feeling the surging spiritual power in the body, Yang Chen also had an urge to make a move. Those guys who blocked him in the magma lake, it was time to settle the old accounts with them. Chapter 135. Yang Chen's figure appeared in the market of Separation Village once again. He was still sitting in that secluded corner, and in front of him was an extremely simple and crude piece of white cloth. The only difference was that there were no pill bottles on the white cloth this time. There were only 2 large words on it. Pill refinement. Yang Chen had not gone to the lava lake to find those people. Another half a year had already passed, so those people would be fools if they still insisted on guarding the place despite knowing that he had escaped. Moreover, those people would probably receive news of Yang Chen's return to Separation Village very soon. As long as Yang Chen was in the village, he would not have to worry about not being able to find them. Not everyone could be like Yang Chen, who could be so well prepared and stay in the immortal falling abyss for a few years. Separation Village was the only way to enter and exit the immortal fallen abyss, so Yang Chen did not believe that he would not be able to find them there. The people in the market naturally noticed Yang Chen's appearance. Compared to the last time he had appeared, Yang Chen's cultivation had increased from mid-stage qi refinement to peak qi refinement. However, in the eyes of many foundation establishment experts, this was not something to make a fuss about. What they were interested in was Yang Chen's pill refinement level. Many people were disappointed that there were no pills, but the word pill refinement made their hearts flutter. Yang Chen's actions were easy to understand. He had used up all the medicinal ingredients he had brought in from outside, so he naturally could not provide any pills. However, he still wanted to improve his pill refinement level. So refining pills for others would not only allow him to obtain spiritual marrow, but he could also use other people's medicinal ingredients to improve his skills. You can refine any kind of pill. A voice rang out in Yang Chen's ear. Yang Chen, who had been resting with his eyes closed while waiting for customers, opened his eyes. A pair of feet appeared in front of him. A pair of black brocade boots looked very luxurious. Yang Chen did not raise his head to look at the person's face. Instead, he closed his eyes again and answered quickly, "All the pills that a qi refinement cultivator can refine." Many people were paying attention to the situation here. When they heard Yang Chen's answer, everyone felt slightly relieved. This was normal. It would be strange if Yang Chen could refine all the pills as soon as he opened his mouth. However, Yang Chen immediately opened his mouth and said another sentence, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Second stage!" It was just 2 short words, but it suddenly raised everyone's expectations. A second revolution medicinal pill, even if it was concocted by a qi refining realm cultivator, could also be used by foundation establishment realm cultivators like them. The qi nourishing pill was the most direct example. Will the foundation elixir work? The person in front of Yang Qin didn't give up and asked again. Yang Qin did not answer directly. Instead, he pondered for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "Sure." Also a second transition? The person in front of him couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He was no longer standing like before, but squatting down. He was about the same height as Yang Qin and asked expectantly. This time, Yang Qin clearly saw the appearance of the other party, but he didn't know him. He looked young and was wearing a brocade robe. At first glance, he could tell that he was a rich man. Also a second transition. This time, Yang Qin didn't spend too much time thinking and nodded directly. Foundation elixir was a medicinal pill used to restore spiritual power in the foundation establishment realm. Generally speaking, it could be refined in the early foundation establishment realm. After Yang Qin finished speaking, the entire marketplace was silent. They had never heard of a second transition foundation elixir. For most alchemists, it was already a very good performance to be able to refine a medicinal pill according to the pill recipe. Even if they reached the gold core or nascent soul stage, they would only be able to do so. How could a high-level alchemist waste his opportunity on the foundation elixir? If he wanted to refine, he would refine a higher level of elixir. The second-grade qi nourishing pill could be comparable to the medicinal properties of foundation elixir. Then what would the performance of the second-grade foundation elixir be like? In everyone's mind, this question was tumbling and no one spoke much. Gulp. The brocade robed man opposite to Yang Qin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and ask cautiously, "Foundation establishment pill, can it be refined?" "I can't guarantee it." This time, Yang Qin didn't say too much and just gave such an answer. Also a second transition? This time, the brocade robed man's question had a trace of nervousness. As for the other people in the marketplace, they had already stopped what they were doing. Countless spiritual senses were all concentrated in this small corner for fear of missing a word. A first transition should still be certain. Yang Qin didn't answer directly, but gave such a statement. However, this had already explained a lot. There was no problem with a first transition. So, it was naturally a second transition that couldn't be guaranteed. "What's the price?" the brocade-robed man asked almost without hesitation. A first transition foundation establishment pill could increase the success rate of foundation establishment by 10%. 10 pills wasn't 100%. It was just a little higher than 10%. However, a second transition foundation establishment pill could increase the success rate by 50% or even 70%. And if things went well, it could directly succeed in foundation establishment. All the cultivators were clear about the difference. "Prepare your own medicinal ingredients." Yang Qin replied calmly, 5,000 spiritual essence or 500 kilograms of middle-grade spirit stones. After saying this, Yang Qin suddenly remembered that it seemed that the first person he killed was the old mountain god. There were still some spirit stones in his temple. He had not been able to take them. If he had time, it would be better to take them back. Since it was a transaction with the old mountain god, there was no reason not to pay. Yang Qin's words caused a sound of cold air being sucked in by the entire market. There was nothing to say about the medicinal ingredients, but 5,000 spiritual essence or 500 kilograms of middle-grade spirit stones was a big deal. Among the people present, those who had this kind of wealth were at least experts who had trained in the fallen immortal abyss for at least 5 years. Not to mention anything else. Just the medicinal ingredients alone would cost a lot of spirit stones. A mature, profound yang fruit would cost several hundred kilograms of low-grade spirit stones. And to refine a grade 2 foundation building dan, of course, one would not be enough. If the success rate was taken into account, then at least 50 profound yang fruits would be needed. This did not include the other supplementary medicinal ingredients, which were also a number that could make people collapse. If you added the price that Yang Chen wanted alone, this second-grade foundation establishment pill was enough to compare to hundreds of first-grade foundation establishment pills. The more foundation establishment pills one had, the better it was. Generally speaking, as long as one used more than 10 pills, even if they succeeded in foundation establishment, their foundation would be much worse than normal foundation establishment cultivators. However, a second-grade foundation establishment pill only required 2 at most to guarantee foundation establishment, so there was no such problem. Everyone in the marketplace was silent, and the brocade-robed man was the same. After hesitating for a while, the brocade-robed man gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He asked Yang Chen, "How many medicinal ingredients do you want, and how long do you need?" Chapter 136. If there was business coming to the door, Yang Chen naturally would not refuse it. He could use other people's medicinal materials to increase his alchemy skills, and he could also earn spirit stones and spiritual essence. Why not? Now, as long as Yang Chen was in Fallen Village, any movement in the small village could not be hidden from him. There was a small skill in the 3 Purities secret art, which could adjust the spiritual awareness into a wisp and spread it in all directions to explore the movement everywhere. This method was just a simplified version of the spiritual awareness splitting, but it could explore the surrounding situation without other people knowing. Yang Chen named it the spiritual awareness thread. Compared to the whole spiritual awareness exploration, it not only saved spiritual awareness, but it was also hidden and would not arouse the disgust of others. It was just suitable for Yang Chen to monitor Fallen Village at this time. Spiritual awareness splitting. Yang Chen's current spiritual awareness was more than a realm higher than his own cultivation base, so he could already carry it out. However, Yang Chen did not want to cultivate his second primordial spirit for the time being. His current cultivation base was too low, and 2 primordial spirits would only drag down his cultivation progress. When Yang Chen successfully released the spiritual awareness thread, he suddenly thought of a problem. Since he, a cultivator of the Qi refining stage, could do this step, then how could the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord not be able to do it? Presumably, the entire heavenly court, at least within thousands of miles of the Tishita Palace, should be under the supervision of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's spiritual awareness. How did the rebellion of the heavenly court succeed? Could it be that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord intentionally or unintentionally pushed it? Thinking of this, Yang Chen's whole body suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If this was the case, didn't it mean that there was an inside story about the heavenly court? This thought just flashed away, and Yang Chen immediately stopped thinking about it. No matter how many secrets there were in the heavenly court, it was not something that he, a small cultivator of the Qi refining stage, should care about. If he thought too much, not to mention that it would increase his troubles, it might also affect his Tao heart. What he had to do now was to play the role of a genius alchemist. Yes, Yang Chen's lifetime of experience had long since made him know that regardless of whether it was the mortal world, the spirit world, or the immortal world, pill refiners, especially high-grade pill refiners, were the most sought after. Unless it was some kind of life and death enemy, as long as there was a grudge that could be resolved, no one would pester a high-level alchemist. When Yang Chen reached the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal stage in his previous life, because of his fire cultivation, he barely managed to become a 6th-grade alchemist. However, he had already ascended twice and had only reached rank 6. He could not be any more trash. Not to mention an expert like old Lord Taishang, who could casually take out a 9 revolutions golden pill. Even an ordinary alchemist who ascended would be much stronger than him. In this life, Yang Chen had the opportunity. Not only did he already have the best profound spirit furnace, but he also had the old Lord pill method. These 2 things alone were enough to make Yang Chen have the potential to become a top-grade alchemist. What's more, in addition to these, Yang Qin also had the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden in his hands. There were countless millennium elixirs and the experience of his previous life. He knew where to get a better and more suitable fire seed. Even the alchemy process of some high-level alchemist, he had personally participated in it. These added up were enough for him to become a high-level alchemist in this life. With this identity, the sect would pay more attention to himself, and correspondingly, it would give his potential enemies an illusion. Alchemists were usually poor in combat, just like Zhu Qintao of Chunying Palace. As long as he had this identity, others would naturally look down on him, and it would be convenient for Yang Qin to confuse the enemy. The place of alchemy was naturally the hut assigned to Yang Qin. The man in the brocade robe naturally began to guard Yang Qin around the room, so that others would not easily disturb Yang Qin. The man in the brocade robe was rich at first glance. He gave Yang Qin 50 or 60 sets of medicinal materials, which was enough for Yang Qin to refine 50 or 60 first-grade foundation establishment pills. It was estimated that there was a close younger generation in the family or sect who wanted to build the foundation, so there was such a big deal. Refining the foundation establishment pill was not very difficult for Yang Qin. There was no lack of skills and pill furnaces. As long as he could ensure the continuous supply of spiritual power, it was not a problem at all. The profound spirit furnace easily refined dozens of ordinary profound yang fruits into medicinal liquid, and then with the addition of various medicinal materials, it slowly began to take shape. This was a continuous process. It took at least half a month for an ordinary alchemist to refine the foundation establishment pill, but for Yang Qin, it did not take that long. With the profound spirit furnace and the earth core fire, everything could be simplified a lot. Many people were paying attention to this place, but not many people dared to explore with their spiritual awareness. Not to mention that once their spiritual awareness exploration disturbed Yang Qin, Yang Qin may have a bad feeling about them. Just considering that if they accidentally destroyed the medicinal pill, the man in the brocade robe at the door would not be polite to them, it was enough to make them cautious. 5 days later, there was a burning smell in Yang Qin's room. The man in the brocade robe outside the door was nervous. He knew that this was the failure of Yang Qin's refining, but he still had to bite the bullet and wait. He almost thought of all the ways Yang Qin was the first person he met who could see hope. These days, the man in the brocade robe was almost like a year. The man in the brocade robe waited for 20 days patiently, and the other people in the village also intentionally or unintentionally increased the time they stayed in the village. Even if they went out to hunt spirit beasts, they would deliberately go to Yang Qin's room to take a look when they came back to see what was going on. From one day onwards, Yang Qin's hut began to emit a fragrant smell. This smell was very light, but it could lift people's spirits as if it was some kind of elixir. Moreover, the fragrance began to get stronger and stronger, almost wafting through the entire separated village. From this day onwards, no one left separated village. Everyone intentionally or unintentionally wandered around Yang Qin's hut, waiting. The man in the brocade robe, who had been waiting bitterly outside, also seemed to see hope. Every day, he was anxious like a monkey jumping up and down. However, without Yang Qin's permission, he did not dare to enter easily, nor did he dare to explore with his spiritual awareness. Finally, one day, the fragrance reached its peak. Then, after Yang Qin shouted from inside the hut, all the medicinal fragrance seemed to be absorbed by something and disappeared without a trace in an instant. With a squeaking sound, Yang Qin's hut was opened from the inside. Yang Qin, who had a tired look on his face, came out from the inside. He looked at the man in the brocade robe who was full of expectations. He smiled slightly and reached out and said, "Is there a jade bottle for medicine? I don't have it here." "Yes, I do." The man in the brocade robe nodded hurriedly before he hurriedly took out a jade bottle from his cosmos sack. He did not care what was inside and poured the contents into his hand before he handed the jade bottle to Yang Chen. Under Yang Chen's control, 2 pills that were as white as jade slowly flew into the jade bottle. After they were carefully stuffed, Yang Chen handed the jade bottle back to the man in the brocade robe. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Chapter 137. Boom! The moment the jade bottle was in the hands of the embroidered-robed man, the entire fallen village seemed to explode. It could be said that with these 2 foundation establishment pills, there was almost a 90% chance that one had already stepped into the foundation establishment realm. The remaining 10% was just luck. Unless one had extremely bad luck, there was basically hope for the foundation establishment realm. Except for Yang Chen, almost everyone present was a foundation establishment realm expert, and there were even some gold core realm grandmasters who didn't have a few juniors that they wanted to help. The problem was that foundation establishment pills were not difficult to find. As long as one paid a little price, they could almost be found. However, the Second Revolution Foundation establishment pill was only a thing of legend. Now that everyone saw the 2 foundation establishment pills in the hands of the embroidered-robed man, almost everyone's eyes were burning. Being stared at by everyone, the embroidered-robed man was shocked and almost instantly hid the jade bottle in his chinkuan bag. Then he respectfully took out a large pile of spiritual marrow and gave it to Yang Chen. "This is the reward I promised Master. It's just a small token of my appreciation." Although Yang Chen seemed to have failed once, in the end he still gave him 2 Second Revolution Foundation establishment pills. The embroidered-robed man was already so satisfied that he didn't know what to say. He hurriedly offered the reward. He was the first person to ask Yang Chen to refine pills. With this good karma, he might be able to further his relationship with Yang Chen in the future. This kind of opportunity could not be more rare. How would he dare to covet the reward he secretly gave to Yang Chen? In the embroidered-robed man's words, Yang Chen immediately became a master. He called him unusually smoothly without any awkwardness. An alchemist who could refine Second Revolution Foundation establishment pills at the Qi refinement realm was not a master. Who else would dare to call himself a master? "I am Yongning from the Heavenly Sword Villa. If Master needs anything in the future, just say the word. I will go through water and tread on fire." After giving the reward, the embroidered-robed man didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly reported his identity. This way, even Yang Chen wouldn't remember who he was. Wasn't it a big mistake? "Yang, Master, I also want to ask for 2 Second Revolution Foundation establishment pills." As soon as Yongning revealed her identity, someone immediately rushed over, shouting as he rushed over. He probably knew of Yang Chen's identity. He had just called out Yang Chen's surname, but he felt that it was inappropriate and changed the way he addressed him at the last moment. His feet were flying, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yang Chen. Yongning's expression changed. This was clearly a robbery. Just as she was about to flare up, she suddenly heard the voices of a large group of people surrounding them. "Master, I would like to ask for a Grade 2 Foundation establishment pill." "Grandmaster, can the yin-yang nature pill be refined?" The crowd almost squeezed Yongning out of the circle. Faced with such a situation, Yongning had no other choice. She could only rejoice that she was the first to obtain a pill refined by Yang Chen and seize the opportunity. Fortunately, she had just reported her name. After leaving the Immortal Fallen Abyss, she must get closer to Yang Chen. There were many people who wanted to ask for pills, but there were only a few who had prepared all the medicinal ingredients. Many of them wanted to make an appointment with Yang Chen first, and then wait for the right time to gather all the medicinal ingredients before coming back. Regarding this, Yang Chen did not reject any of them. He only wanted them to come to him when the time came. However, the remuneration was not reduced. Everyone seemed to be very happy. They had a pill refiner with a bright future ahead of them. As long as Yang Chen promised to refine pills for them once in the future, it would be a great opportunity. Although Yang Chen's current cultivation level was the lowest in Separated Village, no one dared to make any noise when they passed by Yang Chen's small house, for fear that they would disturb Yang Chen's quiet cultivation. However, everyone's faces were beaming with joy, and even the spirit they exuded was different. If Yang Chen could refine a grade 2 foundation establishment pill now, didn't that mean that he could consider refining the yin-yang nature pill after he reached the foundation establishment stage? That was the first choice of medicinal pills when condensing a pill. It was a good thing that people in the foundation establishment stage dreamed of, especially the grade 2 yin-yang nature pill, which meant that their chances of condensing a pill had increased by at least 5 points. Who didn't want to increase their chances of condensing a pill? Who didn't want to improve their cultivation level? Naturally, for an alchemist like Yang Chen, they would flatter him in every possible way. Yang Chen had never left Separated Village since then. If someone wanted to refine pills, Yang Chen would help to refine pills and improve his alchemy skills. At the same time, he would also add some medicinal qi to the profound spirit furnace. One must know that the reason why the profound spirit furnace in his previous life was so powerful was because it had refined too many pills of various grades. No matter what kind of elixir, once it was refined in the profound spirit furnace, it could be contaminated with enough spiritual qi and medicinal qi. Yang Chen naturally would not forget this point. Yang Chen did not relax his surveillance of Separated Village for a moment. He wanted to block the few people who dared to hit him. The last time he was kind for too long. In this life, Yang Chen did not want to be a good person again. Separated Village was the only exit of the immortal fallen abyss. Yang Chen did not believe that he could not block them. Peng Hui was very unhappy recently. The people outside asked him to kill a junior in the qi refining stage in the immortal fallen abyss, and even gave him the tracking compass in the Qingkuan bag. However, when he was chasing with a few of his companions, he let the target escape calmly and even killed one of their companions. Although the companion was a disciple of a big sect that he had always been unhappy with, and as a rogue cultivator, Peng Hui could not wait for him to die earlier. However, he could not complete the task outside, which made Peng Hui lose face. After blocking people for half a year, they disappeared under their eyelids. No one would be happy. Hunting spirit beasts outside was also very unsuccessful. After Yang Chen escaped, the underground spirit beasts near him seemed to have gone crazy and started to attack them in a frenzy. In the end, everyone worked together and managed to break out, but they still ended up in a very sorry state. Over the past half a year, almost everything went wrong and nothing went according to their wishes. After hunting spirit beasts outside for 2 months, Peng Hui finally ran out of supplies and had to return to Separated Village to replenish them. As soon as he walked into Separated Village, Peng Hui sensed that something was wrong. When he raised his head to take a closer look, he saw Yang Chen standing not too far away from him. Yang Chen was looking at him with a smile on his face and a playful look in his eyes. When he saw that Peng Hui had seen him, Yang Chen's smile grew even wider. "Fellow cultivator, how should I address you?" Peng Hui was startled. He did not know why, but he suddenly felt weak and did not dare to say his name. Ignoring Yang Chen, Peng Hui snorted coldly and turned to the side. He was still wondering if he should tell his friends that it was best not to let Yang Chen know his identity. Before he could finish his thought, Peng Hui heard an unbelievable voice. "Great Master, this is an overseas rogue cultivator. Peng Hui, why are you looking for him?" Chapter 138. Who would be so insensible as to reveal his name? What puzzled Peng Hui even more was, "Great Master? Which great master?" Peng Hui had just turned his head angrily when he saw a scene that left him speechless. There seemed to be a few more people by Yang Chen's side. Peng Hui had no idea when these people had arrived, but this was enough to show that these people's cultivation was much higher than his. What was even more shocking was that these people with higher cultivation than him were smiling obsequiously at Yang Chen. One of them even pointed at Peng Hui and reported as if he was asking for credit. "Great master, I know where his nest is. Why are you looking for him? Do you need our help?" Even a fool could tell that there was some discord between Yang Qin and Peng Hui. On one side was a high-grade pale refinement master with a bright future, and on the other side was a rogue cultivator without any backing. Anyone would know what to choose. This scene in front of Yang Qin was not surprising at all, except for Peng Hui himself. Another guy was even more direct as he asked Yang Qin, "Who cares who he is? Great master, did he offend you? I'll take him down immediately and make him kowtow to you as an apology." This time the person who spoke was an expert at the peak of the qi refinement stage. He did not care about Peng Hui, a mid-stage qi refinement stage cultivator, at all. As long as Yang Qin nodded, he would immediately do as he was told. This attitude gave Peng Hui a huge fright. Since when did Yang Qin become a great master? And he was so popular in Fallen Village? Seeing that a large group of people were still gathering over there and smiling obsequiously at Yang Qin, Peng Hui realized that things were not looking good. Just as he was about to escape, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if something was stuck to his neck. Then a sinister voice sounded from behind him. "Great master, did this guy offend you? Do you want me to end him now?" Peng Hui was scared out of his wits. Who would have thought that a junior at the qi refinement stage would have so many people supporting him in Fallen Village, listening to everyone's tone? It seemed as if they wanted to use his life to curry favor with Yang Qin. He wanted to move, but the flying sword on his back prevented him from doing anything. He was afraid that he would cause a misunderstanding and be killed by the sword. This is the immortal falling abyss. Peng Hui started to stutter, and it took him a while to recover. Killing is forbidden here. Everyone only wanted to please Yang Qin, but they forgot that they were still in the immortal falling abyss. In other words, even though everyone knew that this was the immortal falling abyss, some of them still acted like they were the vanguard, just to leave a good impression on Yang Qin. When Peng Hui said this, everyone seemed to hesitate. "Master, what do you think we should do? How about I make him die without a burial after leaving the immortal falling abyss?" The person pointing the flying sword at Peng Hui asked Yang Qin for instructions. Although his tone was still threatening, it didn't sound like he was going to kill Peng Hui immediately. Even if there aren't 1,000 human immortals who have died at the hands of the underground spirit beasts, there are at least 800. One more doesn't matter. Someone beside Yang Qin immediately jumped out. "Let him go now. We'll follow him to a place with more spirit beasts." This person was even more ruthless, wanting to make a move in the immortal falling abyss, and then push the blame onto the underground spirit beasts. Hearing everyone's discussion, Peng Hui's heart grew colder and colder. Yang Qin didn't say a word, but the ridiculing smile on his face made Peng Hui feel more pressure than anyone else's words combined. Who would have thought that a qi condensation junior who offended a big shot from the outside could still do so well in the immortal falling abyss? 7 or 8 peak foundation establishment realm experts surrounded him. But not only did he calmly escape, his cultivation also increased, and he even found a lot of people to rely on in Separation Village. Peng Hui couldn't understand. What did a qi condensation junior like Yang Qin have that was worth these experts' flattery? Even if he did, couldn't they just kill him and take it? Given the current situation, Peng Hui knew that there was no way he could get along well with Yang Qin. The best-case scenario was that he would be dismembered immediately after leaving the immortal falling abyss, and that would be the best outcome. After all, he would live the longest. More likely, he would be eaten by the underground spirit beasts after coming back to replenish his supplies. Killing wasn't allowed in the immortal falling abyss, and grudges from the outside couldn't be brought into the immortal falling abyss. This was a rule set by Elder Wu Xiong. However, this rule was only effective in Separation Village. Elder Wu Xiong wasn't an immortal. How could he monitor every corner of the immortal falling abyss? Many people resolve their problems in a certain corner of the immortal falling abyss, just like when Yang Qin was being hunted previously. Hunting down others was very carefree, but when it was one's turn to be hunted, it was a completely different feeling. Peng Hui was only in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm, and with a group of peak Foundation Establishment Realm experts and an early Golden Core realm coveting him, it was simply impossible for him to survive. He didn't have Yang Chen's abilities, and even now, Peng Hui didn't know where Yang Chen was hiding. Ignore him, as long as I know who he is. To everyone's surprise, Yang Chen let Peng Hui off lightly. Although the crowd didn't understand, they didn't want to go against Yang Chen's wishes. They snorted coldly at Peng Hui, then slowly turned around and left. The cold feeling on his back suddenly disappeared, and Peng Hui let out a long sigh. However, when he thought about what those people had said and looked at Yang Chen's calm face, Peng Hui knew that he couldn't escape this time. In his despair, Peng Hui couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he was going to die, then everyone would die together. In a flash, the flying sword soared into the air and attacked Yang Chen, who was turning around and walking not far away. The flying sword was swift and fierce, and it looked like it was going to kill Yang Chen in one blow. Everyone was shocked and was about to open their magic treasures when they suddenly heard Yang Chen shout, "Don't move, everyone! The immortal falling abyss has its own rules." He didn't even look at the flying sword and continued to move forward. Peng Hui naturally heard Yang Chen's words, but he had already made a move at this moment. It was difficult to put the knife back into the sheath. The flying sword only paused in the air, but it was still unrelenting toward Yang Chen. "How dare you!" Suddenly, everyone seemed to hear a clap of thunder, and a monstrous aura engulfed everyone. Peng Hui's entire body was bleeding from the shock, and the flying sword that flew out turned around uncontrollably and flew back to Peng Hui's side at an even faster speed. It didn't stop and directly pierced through his body. Peng Hui looked at the flying sword that was stained with his blood in disbelief. His body swayed a few times, then he fell to the ground with a thud. He didn't die in peace. It's rare that someone still remembers my rules. Very good. The voice from before rang in everyone's ears again, but this time the tone was much gentler. Chapter 139. As soon as the sentence came out, everyone knew who the speaker was. Elder Wu Xiong, a master of the Great Ascension Stage, was a big figure among the big figures that everyone's elders had to look up to. He was the ruler of the immortal falling abyss and the rule maker. Ever since everyone stepped into the immortal falling abyss, no one had seen this legendary master of the Great Ascension Stage. Everything seemed to be carried out in accordance with the rules, without the slightest accident. Gradually, everyone seemed to have forgotten the existence of this Elder Wu. It was only in Fallen Village that there were still some rules, but in the depths of the immortal falling abyss, the sky was high and the Emperor was far away. Seeing that Elder Wu did not appear and directly controlled Peng Hui's flying sword to kill Peng Hui, everyone realized in their hearts that compared to a real master, they were still far away. When they thought that if it were not for Yang Chen's shout, everyone would have made a move, and everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Even if they were better than Peng Hui, there was still a limit. At least they could not control Peng Hui's flying sword to kill Peng Hui at any time, let alone do it. They didn't even dare to think about it. No one present dared to say anything. In fact, not a single person in the entire separated village dared to make any unnecessary movements. Elder Wu's words made everyone understand that in Fallen Village, in the immortal falling abyss, it was better to follow Elder Wu's rules no matter what. Yang Chen also did not say anything or do anything. He had already expected Wu Xiong to appear. When his own spiritual sense threads suddenly sensed a powerful but secretive spiritual sense leaving as soon as it touched him, he knew that this must be Elder Wu's spiritual sense. Elder Wu had begun to track down that shocking evil spirit before the new year. Yang Chen was very clear about this. Just now, It was estimated that Elder Wu had just returned from outside. At that time, it was when Yang Chen was about to turn around and leave. Therefore, when Peng Hui's flying sword flew out, Yang Chen directly shouted to stop everyone and even said Elder Wu's rules. For Wu Xiong, who had just returned, he did not care about right or wrong. What was important was whether the rules he had set were followed or not. Peng Hui took out his flying sword, but the group of people didn't attack because of Yang Chen's advice. There was nothing better than flattery to make Wu Xiong and Elder Wu happy. Since these people did not make a move, it meant that they had always been thinking about him and the rules he had set. Naturally, the person who did it was the one who broke the rules. If this person wanted to make a move, there was definitely a grudge between them. But Wu Xiong had already said that after entering the Immortal falling abyss, no matter how great the grudges were, they had to be set aside. Killing fellow Taoists was not allowed here. Since Yang Chen and the others were upholding the rules, Wu Xiong would punish the guys who broke the rules. I don't care what grudges you have. I don't care if you fight to the death outside the Immortal falling abyss. But inside the Immortal falling abyss, if you fight, you die. The majestic voice once again sounded in everyone's ears, but no one could see the figure of Elder Wu. No one dared to answer Elder Wu's words. Even if it was a Jiedan stage master, when facing a master of the Deshang stage, they would look up to him and did not dare to act rashly. Kid, you are very good. The voice echoed in everyone's ears, but this time it specifically pointed to Yang Chen, seeing that your cultivation base is still low. You don't have a flying sword. This flying sword will be rewarded to you. With the words of Elder Wu, the flying sword that had just killed Peng Hui began to fly in front of Yang Chen. Immediately afterward, the Qingkuan bag on Peng Hui's belt also flew up and flew in front of Yang Chen. Seeing that you don't even have a Qingkuan bag, which disciple is so tired, I will reward you together. Yang Chen gently stretched out his hand and grabbed the Qingkuan bag and the flying sword in front of him. In the envious eyes of everyone, Yang Chen bowed to the empty space. Thank you, Senior. The road of cultivation is arduous. It is better not to make enemies with others. Elder Wu Xiong's voice carried a hint of persuasion, but there was no command tone. You are on your own. Yes, Senior. Yang Chen thanked him again, but Elder Wu Xiong seemed to have disappeared and did not speak again. At the same time, the overwhelming aura that the crowd felt also disappeared. Elder Wu must have left. Who? There's a series of heavy breathing sounds, and it seemed that everyone was relaxed. Elder Wu did not appear at all, but everyone seemed to have fought with all their strength for the whole day outside, and there was no strength in their bodies at all. The few who almost attacked just now were even more sweating, and directly sat on the ground, unable to speak for a long time. These people stood up for him, but Yang Chen was not stingy at all. He directly took out a jade bottle and gave each of them a second cycle qi nourishing pill. After swallowing the pill, everyone seemed to have recovered a little spiritual power, and they stood up one after another. That was close. The cultivator who pointed the flying sword at Peng Hui's back blurted out these two words, but immediately realized that something was wrong. If this was heard by Elder Wu Xiong, wouldn't it be a big mistake? He quickly covered his mouth, not daring to say another word. The others also looked like they had a new lease on life, but some people still came to their senses. If it was not for Yang Chen's reminder, they might have become ghosts under the flying sword. They couldn't help but rejoice, and towards Yang Chen, they were even more grateful. Great Master, thank you for just now. Someone spoke, and it immediately attracted a series of thanks. Yang Chen would not rely on this to be arrogant, and he also cupped his hands towards the crowd. The person who should thank me should be me. Everyone spoke up for justice. Thank you very much. Both sides immediately became polite, but in the midst of the pushing and shoving, the people who had stood up for Yang Chen before were secretly happy. This time it was a solid favor, and their relationship with Yang Chen was one step closer. No one would envy Yang Chen for getting the flying sword and the Cosmo sack. If they had to experience Elder Wu's coercion again to get a flying sword, it was likely that they would choose not to have anything. At least they wouldn't have to experience that nightmarish feeling. They originally thought that they were already big shots, but now they realized that they were just small ants. In front of a real master, they didn't even have the ability to decide their own life and death. The only one who behaved normally was probably Yangchen, not to mention the experience of his previous life. In this life, Yangchen even killed the Jade Emperor. Why would he be afraid of the coercion of a master of the Deshang stage? For him, it was simply a piece of cake. Now that Yangchen has been in the Immortal Falling Abyss for 3 years, Yangchen has to think about how to spend the next 10 years, so that he would not waste this 10 years of not being able to go out. Chapter 140. Spirit Marrow. Yangchen was not short of it. Even if it was used to support a sect, it was enough. The spiritual power here was abundant, and the cultivation was not bad. But from the time Yangchen joined the sect to the present, it was only a short period of 6 years, and he had already reached the peak of the fire attribute qi refining, which was almost a heaven-defying existence. Even the cultivation genius, Shi Shanshan, did not have such a speed. Yangchen could say that he had killed too many people, and his will was firm, and the illusion could not affect him. But in cultivation, it was impossible for Yangchen to be stronger than Fairy Shi with a full metal attribute spirit root, right? Yangchen's previous plan to build the foundation in 10 years was already a very strong performance of a cultivation genius, and now it was natural that he could not show too special. Otherwise, it was a small matter to cause the jealousy of others. If he was remembered by other sects to eliminate this cultivation genius in the bud, so as not to affect the balance of the sects in the future, that would be a grievance. Killing the underground spirit beasts was because he wanted to integrate the will of the immortal beheading stage. Now that the task had been completed, Yangchen was too lazy to find trouble with those underground spirit beasts. It seemed that he could only build himself into a genius in alchemy. Fortunately, his reputation had spread a little, at least in the Luo village. No one would question this. Yangchen refining the second-grade foundation establishment pill almost happened under the eyes of everyone, and there was no possibility of cheating. Soon, someone exchanged some medicinal materials from others, and Yangchen was also able to refine some low-level qi-nourishing pills, Peiyuan pills, and other medicinal pills, all of which were second-grade. At this point, no one doubted Yangchen's identity as a genius in alchemy. The days passed so peacefully for half a year. Yangchen's daily thing was to practice one cycle, and then the universe treasure raising secret art, sacrificial refining the profound spirit furnace and the sword sheath. The fire attribute cultivation base has been further improved, and the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art can also be carried out to a higher level of sacrificial refining. But to Yangchen's surprise, it seemed that whatever type of spiritual power he used for sacrificial refinement would only increase the type of spiritual power. The fire attribute sacrificial refining has reached the 4th level of the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art and the 6th level of the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. Correspondingly, the 3rd fire and 4th fire spirit chi threads have been strengthened to the 4th and 6th. But the other attributes of spiritual power threads have not changed at all. With Wu Xiong in the Immortal Fallen Abyss, Yangchen was afraid that the master of the Deshang stage would discover the fact that he cultivated the 5 elements and yin and yang were complete, so he did not dare to show too much and only focused on improving the fire attribute, spirit power. In just half a year, Yangchen's fire attribute spiritual power had been raised to the extreme, and there were faint signs of him reaching the foundation establishment stage. However, Yangchen used his powerful spiritual awareness control, no longer enhancing a single fire attribute spiritual power, but began to comprehensively enhance other attributes. Those who chased after Yangchen in this 6 months appeared one after another, and their identities were all remembered by Yangchen. When the two sides met, although sparks flew, but with the last time Wu Xiong killed Peng Hui in the air, No one dared to make a move in the village. All the grievances could only be resolved after they got out of the immortal fallen abyss. Now Yang Qin no longer appeared in the market. At the door of the hut where he lived, a wooden sign was hung. The sign was painted with an alchemy furnace, which was used as a sign. Anyway, everyone knew that Yang Chen was a talented alchemist master, so he could go directly to Yang Chen's hut. On this day, Yang Chen had just sent away a fellow Taoist who had refined a furnace of qi replenishing pills and returned to his house to sit for a while. The door of the hut was knocked a few times. After obtaining Yang Chen's permission, a middle-aged man with a square face opened the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, Yang Chen felt a sense of déjà vu, but he had no memory of this person, which made Yang Chen feel very strange. "You are an alchemist, master. Can you refine high-level pills?" The middle-aged man did not stand on ceremony and asked directly. In fact, Yang Chen had answered this question many times, but he had never seen this person before. He was probably new, so it was normal that he did not know. Yang Chen did not have the slightest impatience. He just nodded and replied, "At most, I can refine foundation-building pills. My cultivation is limited, so I don't dare to waste seniors' medicinal ingredients." Hearing Yang Chen's answer, the middle-aged man was not too surprised. After all, Yang Chen's cultivation was at the peak of the qi refining stage. Being able to refine a second revolution foundation-building pill was already the performance of a genius, so the middle-aged man could not ask for too much. What if it's just refining and purifying a single medicinal ingredient? The middle-aged man asked again. That depends on what kind of medicinal ingredient it is. Just like this, Yang Chen's answer was a lot more confident. Although he did not give a specific answer, the confidence in his tone could not be hidden in any way. What if it's this? The middle-aged man opened his big hand, and a piece of emerald green jade appeared in his hand, and he sent it to Yang Chen. In his tone, there seemed to be a slight expectation. Best quality green jade zoisha. Yang Chen was stunned, and then his eyes revealed a kind of fiery heat. This best quality green jade zoisha only grew in the depths of some kind of underground jade mine. It could only be found by chance, and there were also powerful monsters guarding it. Without a great opportunity and heaven-defying strength, it was impossible to find this kind of treasure-level thing. And this kind of green jade zoisha was also an extremely rare elixir, and it was the main ingredient of refining heaven-seizing pill. The heaven-seizing pill was only used in one situation. That was when the Deshang stage ascended and faced the tribulation. The middle-aged man actually took out this kind of thing, and Yang Chen finally understood where his sense of familiarity came from. This middle-aged man was Wu Xiong, and Yang Chen also felt familiar from the last slight contact with his spiritual awareness. Yang Chen blurted out the name of the green jade zoisha, which also made Wu Xiong slightly surprised. It was impossible for ordinary people to recognize this kind of thing, but Yang Chen did not even hesitate. It was not that Yang Chen was knowledgeable, but he had seen it somewhere before. But Wu Xiong would rather believe that it was the former. This kind of thing, if he wanted to see it, even at Wu Xiong's level, it was not an easy thing. This green jade zoisha, can you refine and purify it? Wu Xiong stared closely at Yang Chen's face, and some eagerly waited for Yang Chen's answer. The refining of the green jade zoisha without damaging the medicinal properties requires a very precise fire control. If the fire is a little too much, it will be burned. Yang Chen did not answer directly, but first said the difficulty of refining the green jade zoisha, and then turned the thread of conversation. The most suitable flame to refine the green jade zoisha is the earth's core fire. As he spoke, Yang Chen's hands were held in front of his chest, and a flame appeared between his two hands. The dark red color allowed Wu Xiong to see the type of flame at a glance. At the same time, the flame, under the control of Yang Chen, was flexible like a living thing, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a little flame person. The figure and face of the little person was exactly the same as the opposite Wuxiong. Elder Wu, look at my hand. Can it meet your intention? Looking at Wuxiong, Yang Chen asked with a smile. Chapter 141. You know who I am? Wuxiong only glanced at the flame in Yang Chen's hand and ignored Yang Chen's question. He was interested in how Yang Chen knew his identity. He had never shown his face in front of this batch of disciples training in Immortal Fallen Abyss. Even when he killed Peng Hui, he had done so in secret. The top-grade green jade zoysha is the main ingredient of the heaven-seizing pill. Only you, Elder Wu, can use it here. Yang Chen wasn't too nervous, as he slowly explained his judgment. You are very knowledgeable. Wu Xiong nodded slightly and praised him. However, he still found it strange that a Qi condensation junior would know the formula of the heaven-seizing pill. It was really hard to fathom. This junior is untalented, but I have already memorized everything in the Sutra Depository of the Nine Earth Villa in Chunyang Palace. Yang Chen's words cleared up all the doubts in Wu Xiong's heart. It didn't seem like something unacceptable for a young fellow who had memorized everything in the Sutra Depository to know about the heaven-seizing pill and the green jade zoysha. However, even though Yang Chen was outstanding in controlling flames and possessed the most suitable earth flame for refining medicine, Wu Xiong was still a little worried. He directly flicked out a piece of green jade and indicated for Yang Chen to refine it on the spot. Yang Chen didn't panic. The green jade was still in the air, but the flame had already engulfed it. It was like the flame had a thread attached to it as it slowly pulled the green jade in between his two hands. The dark red flame began to slowly lick the surroundings of the green jade. Not long after, the green jade underwent a slight change. The originally hard green jade began to slowly become like a dough. Then it seemed to turn into a liquid. Under the control of Yang Chen's flame, it constantly changed shape. One moment, it became an exquisite jade pendant, and the next moment, it became a green pill cauldron. But the strange thing was that the green jade maintained its green jade color and didn't change at all. This wasn't all. Yang Chen clearly remembered that Elder Wu's request was to refine and purify it. There was no problem in refining it, but there was still one more step to purify it. Under the scorching heat of the earth flame, traces of impurities flowed out of the green liquid little by little, and were carried to some unknown place by the raging flames outside. Slowly, the impurities became less and less, and some white juice began to seep out. Yang Chen knew that there were some ordinary jade materials mixed into the jasper, so he treated them as impurities. After a while, there were no more impurities seeping out of the green liquid. Yang Chen controlled the flames and turned it into a round flame cup. He placed the green liquid in it and brought it to Wu Xiong. The green liquid in the flaming goblet looked like a piece of transparent crystal. However, it gave off a pleasant jade green color. Although it was liquid, it didn't have the fluidity of being burned too much. Elder Wu Xiong gently put his hand in, and a ball of jasper condensed on his finger. As he lifted his finger, it left the flame goblet in Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen put the flame in front of him and quietly waited for Elder Wu Xiong's judgment. Wu Xiong put his finger in front of his eyes, and his spiritual awareness directly penetrated into the jasper. The whole droplet-shaped jade had almost no impurities. It was delicate and beautiful. From one end, it seemed that one could see through it to the other. It was crystal clear, and the green color inside was evenly dyed. There was a warm feeling in the hand. Compared to when it was just handed to Yang Chen, the quality of the jade was no less than 10 times better. To be able to do this with bare hands, you are the first person in the Qi refining stage. Wu Xiong did not hesitate to give overflowing words of praise. Yang Chen in front of him was definitely the guy with the strongest talent in alchemy he had ever seen. He could do many things that even the masters of the Jiran stage could not do in the Qi refining stage. In particular, his skill in controlling fire was simply at the peak of perfection. If it were not for the limitations of his cultivation base, even Wu Xiong would not be his opponent. Elder Wu is overpraising me. Yang Chen's performance was quite a calm demeanor. In Wu Xiong's eyes, he sighed again. I want to refine the heaven-seizing pill and need the help of some brilliant alchemy masters. Little brother, are you interested? Wu Xiong seemed to have verified the level of Yang Chen's alchemy and directly made an invitation. I can't ask for more. Yang Chen agreed with a smile on his face. He was invited by a master of the Deshang stage. Not to mention the benefits behind it, just being able to see the refining process of the heaven-seizing pill was a thing that could not be asked for. If he didn't go with this opportunity, wouldn't he be a fool? Moreover, Yang Chen wanted to package himself as a senior alchemy master. With Wu Xiong's matter, it was absolutely a fact that no one dared to doubt it. Even Elder Wu Xiong of the Deshang stage wanted Yang Chen's help. Didn't this explain anything? The refining of the heaven-seizing pill was not the same as the qi-nourishing pill, where the required medicinal materials were mixed together and refined. It could be called the heaven-seizing pill, which had already explained a lot of things. If it was truly refined, it would not be inferior to refining a top-grade magic treasure. Not to mention how advanced the materials needed were. The refining process alone needed to be divided into several stages. Each stage was at least 1,000 times more complicated than the refining of the foundation establishment pill. This was almost the highest level medicinal pill that could be refined in the mortal world. Even with the experience of Yang Chen as a great, principal golden immortal, he had not experienced it in his previous life, and he had not even witnessed the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. It could be said that as long as he could successfully refine the heaven-seizing pill, basically the title of a fourth-grade alchemy master was definitely in his grasp. When Yang Chen followed Elder Wu Xiong out of Yang Chen's hut, it suddenly caused a small commotion. Yang Chen has not left the hut for a while. If someone wanted to refine pills, they would go to the door to ask Yang Chen for help. This kind of leaving with people has never happened before. Moreover, Wu Xiong was a new face, and almost no one had seen him before. The group of people looked at Wu Xiong with vigilance, as if they would immediately rush over if Yang Chen gave the hint. Wu Xiong did not care at all. He raised his hand, and Yang Chen was enveloped by a circle of spiritual light. In the blink of an eye, the two of them flew out of Separation Village and disappeared. Only the group of cultivators from Separation Village was left behind, not knowing what had happened. They looked at each other in the direction where the light disappeared, not knowing what to do. What happened just now? Why was Master Yang taken away? What happened? After a few guesses, an expert on duty finally revealed the truth with an extremely envious tone. That person just now was Elder Wu Xiong. He took Master Yang away. When the group of people heard this person's words, no one had any doubts. Everyone began to guess what Elder Wu was going to do with Yang Chen. Chapter 142. Elder Wu didn't seem to be making things difficult for Yang Chen, so he probably didn't want to harm Yang Chen. Moreover, if he really wanted to deal with Yang Chen, it would be a piece of cake. Why would Elder Wu come forward? Since he didn't want to make things difficult for Yang Chen, there were only two possibilities. One was to cultivate Yang Chen, the other was to ask for help from Yang Chen. Either way, it wasn't a bad thing for Yang Chen. Everyone immediately understood why the expert on duty would use such an envious tone to say those words just now. They couldn't help but feel envious in their hearts. How good would it be if Elder Wu thought highly of them? In any case, those who wanted to curry favor with Yang Chen were the happiest at this time. After this incident with Elder Wu, Yang Chen's market definitely rose. Thinking about how they had already forged a lot of good karma with Yang Chen, everyone's heart was filled with happiness. The better Yang Chen was, the more benefits they would receive in the future. Yang Chen didn't care about this at the moment. He was full of excitement about being able to participate in the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. Even if he was a reincarnated, perfected golden immortal, he was still extremely interested in this kind of heaven-defying pill. Moreover, he was able to be on good terms with Elder Wu Xiong, who was a very powerful expert in the spiritual realm. In contrast, Wu Xiong's flying magic weapon wasn't so surprising. Moreover, Yang Chen could clearly feel that they were no longer in the immortal falling abyss. Instead, they directly passed through the formation of the immortal falling abyss and came to the surface. Otherwise, the high-speed flight of this magic weapon would definitely cause a large number of underground spirit beasts to attack. When he saw the scenery on the surface, Yang Chen's body trembled slightly. He looked at Wu Xiong with some doubt and said, "Elder Wu, you are out of the immortal falling abyss. Could it be? I'm about to start refining the heaven-seizing pill. It should be a matter of a few years." Of course, Wu Xiong knew the meaning behind Yang Chen's words. He appreciated Yang Chen's alertness very much. Of course, the two of them were not playing any riddles. Since Wu Xiong wanted to refine the heaven-seizing pill, he naturally had to transcend the tribulation and ascend. Yang Chen was also shocked because Wu Xiong had an agreement with the various sect leaders that unless he was about to ascend, he would not leave the immortal falling abyss. Him leaving the immortal falling abyss already explained everything. Although Yang Chen was not surprised by Wu Xiong's flying magic treasure, Wu Xiong's flying magic treasure was really amazing. In just a few hours, they had covered a distance that would have taken Yang Chen at least 2 months to cover. Flying at high speed, Yang Chen could not be bothered to calculate the distance. Instead, he slowly regarded the magic treasure that was carrying him. The magic treasure was a shuttle-shaped boat. Yang Chen and Wu Xiong were sitting in the middle of the boat. Unfortunately, the boat was not big. Even if 2 people sat down, there was only a little space. At most, there was a small table with some tea on it. This is the soaring shuttle that this old man personally refined. For the sake of speed, I had to sacrifice some space. As if he saw Yang Chen's regret about this magic treasure, Wu Xiong opened his mouth to explain. His face was quite proud of himself. This soaring shuttle was Wu Xiong's trump card. He had always been proud of it. Moreover, this magic treasure's name was well known in the cultivation world. Almost all cultivators, after hearing the name of the soaring shuttle, would have a shocked and envious expression. Presumably, Yang Chen was no exception. What surprised Wu Xiong was that Wu Xiong's guess did not come true at all. Yang Chen just looked around, then nodded and responded with a sentence. "What a pity!" In his previous life, Yang Chen had seen what kind of high-level flying magic treasure he had not seen. This soaring heaven shuttle, in Yang Chen's eyes, was just inferior goods. This evaluation was also given by Yang Chen to take care of Wu Xiong's face. In Wu Xiong's eyes, Yang Chen's performance was really surprising. If it was not that Yang Chen had not heard of the name of the soaring shuttle, then Yang Chen was indeed feeling pity for the soaring shuttle. However, Yang Chen was just a little junior in the qi refining stage. How could he know what a high-level magic treasure was? Wu Xiong was not an ordinary person, nor would he use the mentality of an ordinary person to look at problems. Although Yang Chen's cultivation base was low, he knew about the heaven-seizing pill, and the means of controlling the fire could be described as superb. Even among the fire cultivators that Wu Xiong knew, Wu Xiong was not sure who could put aside their cultivation base and compete with Yang Chen in controlling the fire. Since he had such a talent in alchemy, the evaluation of the soaring shuttle would not be without purpose. Is there any way to solve it? Wu Xiong used a tone of asking for advice this time. He did not neglect Yang Chen because of his young age and low cultivation base. This attitude made Yang Chen admire him very much. He had seen too many guys who relied on the strong to bully the weak. Wu Xiong's performance really surprised him. In his previous life, he and Wu Xiong did not have the opportunity to contact each other and did not know much about Wu Xiong. However, a master of the Deshang stage who was about to ascend was still so courteous to him, a junior in the qi refining stage, which had explained a lot of problems. When refining, use the refining method of the heavenly cave and integrate this magic treasure with the heavenly cave. Yang Qin did not have the idea of keeping it to himself, and frankly said what he knew. Although it takes more effort, it can be more comfortable, and there is no need to carry a Qinkuan bag so ostentatiously, and the grade of the magic treasure can also be improved a lot. This was originally a common practice in the spiritual world, but everyone was reluctant to do so. As long as Wu Xiong ascended, he would soon be able to get in touch with it. But in the mortal world, few people did this. Such consumption of materials and spiritual power just for a flying magic treasure was a waste for many people. A sentence woke up the dreamer, and Wu Xiong suddenly realized that the problems encountered in the past with this magic treasure seemed to be solved immediately. He couldn't help but praise loudly, "Yes, it's so simple. Why didn't I think of it?" After praising it, his eyes immediately returned to Yang Chen's face, and he asked with a smile but doubts, "Are you really just a disciple in the qi refining stage?" This younger generation junior just read a little more books. Yang Chen responded with a smile. Anyway, he had already said that the scripture pavilion had been memorized before, so this idea was not so incredible. Wu Xiong nodded and said nothing more, but he had already made up his mind. This time, the refining of the heaven-seizing pill would definitely take a lot of time. When he was free, he would learn from Yang Qin and read more books. At his level, there was no bottleneck in his cultivation base. What he needed was some epiphany at some time. It seemed that it was not enough to only read about his own cultivation before. Chapter 143. After that, Wu Xiong no longer talked about this topic, but took out a pot of green tea and 2 teacups. He poured a cup for himself and Yang Qin, and then solemnly put away the teapot. The tea in the teacup showed a nearly green color, just like the emerald jade that Yang Qin had refined and purified. The teacup was not simple either. It was the same green color that made people drool. With the green tea, it was like a whole piece of flawless jade. This old man has nothing to do and has a little hobby. "Little friend, try the emerald tea that I made myself." Wu Xiong reached out and made a gesture of invitation. If outsiders were to see this, their jaws would definitely fall to the ground. Elder Wu Xiong, even when facing the heads of the various sects, did not seem to be so polite. Yang Qin didn't seem to know the meaning of this at all. After politely thanking him, he held the emerald jade cup with both hands and picked up the cup of emerald tea. Wu Xiong spent almost most of his time in the immortal falling abyss. He basically had no time to go to the ground to pick any spiritual objects. Therefore, this emerald tea was made from the tender leaves of a cluster of emerald jade bamboo that he found underground. Compared with ordinary tea, the taste was very different. This was also Wu Xiong's most proud means, but he always tasted it himself and rarely shared it with others. Now he poured a cup for Yang Qin. This was the first time. The more obsessed a person was, the more he hoped that someone could appreciate his own proud work. But Wu Xiong had been in the immortal falling abyss for a long time. How many people could be like Yang Qin, sitting in front of Wu Xiong and talking with confidence and assurance? When other people saw Wu Xiong, they were either as obedient as a grandson, or they were trembling with fear. How could they be as relaxed as Yang Qin, as if he, the powerhouse of the Deshang stage, was just an ordinary friend? But Wu Xiong liked this tone. Yang Qin did not put his soaring sky shuttle in his eyes at all, and even had some regretful comments, which made him look at Yang Qin with new eyes. The improvement method proposed later was even more eye-catching. Although that method was very simple, very few people would think of doing it. This was what made it rare and precious. Now that Yang Qin picked up the emerald tea, Wu Xiong didn't touch the one in front of him. Instead, he looked at Yang Qin nervously, waiting for his evaluation. He hadn't had this feeling of anticipation for a long time. It seemed that it was the right decision to invite Yang Qin over on a whim. Originally, Wu Xiong had only wanted to settle the matters in the immortal fallen abyss before he left, but he hadn't expected that a murderous aura would suddenly appear in the immortal fallen abyss, and he couldn't find the source. Soon after, he had searched more than half of the immortal fallen abyss. As soon as he returned, he discovered that someone was about to kill him. He immediately vented his anger on the unlucky Peng Hui and killed him in the air. Then he heard that Yang Chen was an alchemist and that he was refining the heaven-seizing pill. The refining and purification of the top-grade green jade, Zoysha, needed the help of an expert. The few people he knew didn't have a suitable fire seed, so he found Yang Chen with the mentality of giving it a try. He didn't expect that Yang Chen would give him a big surprise. Then the soaring sky shuttle made Su Xiong look at it in a different light. Now Wu Xiong was nervously waiting for Yang Chen's evaluation of the emerald tea he made. Yang Chen, who was holding the jade cup, didn't drink it in one gulp. Instead, he first held the cup in front of him and gently sniffed it. This emerald tea was very strong, but it had a strong fragrance of bamboo leaves, which made people feel relaxed and happy. With just this sniff, Yang Chen could feel a pure spiritual power entering his nostrils, and his whole body felt comfortable as if it was soaking in cool water. Looking at Yang Chen's expression of closing his eyes and carefully sniffing the tea, Wu Xiong became more and more expectant. Yang Chen's performance had completely exceeded the performance of a qi refinement stage disciple. He was now eager to know Yang Chen's evaluation of his emerald tea. Compared to the jade nectar that Yang Chen had enjoyed in the heavenly court, this emerald tea had a unique fragrance that made people want to take a sip. After Yang Chen sniffed for a moment, he held the small jade cup and gently took a sip. In an instant, a mixed bamboo fragrance, and at the same time a light and transparent feeling filled his mouth, and then rushed along the mouth to the lungs. A huge spiritual power was released from the tea, cleansing the lungs, and the charm didn't stop for a long time. However, Yang Chen couldn't completely taste this tea fragrance at the moment. The huge spiritual power released made Yang Chen have to operate the yin-yang reverse 5 elements to the limit to absorb and refine this spiritual power. The terrifying spiritual power was even more abundant than the spiritual power contained in the profound yang fruit last year. On Yang Chen's face, there was a red expression. In Wu Xiong's eyes, he suddenly reacted. His emerald tea was made from the young leaves of jade bamboo. How could a qi refinement stage disciple like Yang Chen withstand the spiritual power contained in it? Just as he was about to help, he saw that Yang Chen's face slowly returned to normal, and then he praised with intoxication, "Good tea!" Immediately after, he drank another sip of tea, and his face turned red again before returning to normal. This time, Wu Xiong didn't know how he should look at Yang Chen, this qi refinement stage kid. Although this kind of praise made Wu Xiong very happy, Yang Chen's performance clearly surpassed that of a qi refinement stage disciple. So Wu Xiong really couldn't give a clear judgment. Was this kid in front of him really in the qi refinement stage? Extraordinary, not something in the pond. These two words only rippled in Wu Xiong's mind, and he suddenly had a hunch in his heart. It seemed that if he could invite Yang Chen to participate in the refining of the heaven-seizing pill this time, there might be a big surprise. Next, the topic of the two began to revolve around tea, and Yang Chen was also inspired by Wu Xiong's unique refining teapot. It seemed that he should get a wine-brewing utensil. He didn't know what the taste of the precious medicinal materials in the medicine garden, plus the special secret recipe that he knew, would be like if he cultivated and brewed for thousands of years. The jade nectar in the heavenly court might be just an ear. Wu Xiong had no idea that his teapot could make Yang Chen think so much. On the contrary, the more he talked about the topic of tea with Yang Chen, the more he hit it off. Yang Chen's rich knowledge and unique taste perspective also made Wu Xiong's eyes light up. Even if Yang Chen knew nothing about alchemy, now Wu Xiong was willing to sit together and talk with Yang Chen. To be able to meet such a little friend who didn't care about his seniority and cultivation, even Wu Xiong felt that it was rare and precious. The topic of the two continued until the two arrived at their destination, and then they stopped. However, both of them had a feeling that it was not enough. Chapter 144. This was the place where Wu Xiong personally chose to refine the heaven-seizing pill. Along the way, the soaring sky shuttle flew, and he didn't know how long it had been and how far it was. But one thing Yang Qin could be sure of was that Wu Xiong would never allow anyone to disturb his refining of the heaven-seizing pill. There were at least a dozen layers of restrictions. Even Wu Xiong himself was controlling the soaring sky shuttle. His hands kept making a secret technique. It took nearly an hour before he entered the inner circle from the outside. The strict protection could be seen. Yang Chen was not surprised by this. The heaven-seizing pill dared to be called the heaven-seizing pill. This medicinal pill was already heaven-defying to the extreme. If Wu Xiong put on a careless posture, it would be taking his own life as a joke. When the soaring heavens shuttle landed on the ground, Wu Xiong came out with Yang Qin and put away the soaring heavens shuttle. Then he made a secret technique. Then a path suddenly appeared in the dense forest in front of the two. Wu Xiong took the lead and Yang Qin followed him into the dense forest. After the dense forest, there was a small valley, and the spiritual power in the valley was abnormally abundant. As soon as they came in, they saw a manor which was exceptionally beautiful. At the entrance of the manor, dozens of servants who seemed to be in the foundation stage stood neatly. They wore uniform clothes and stood in 2 rows. When they saw Wu Xiong, they uniformly saluted him. Wu Xiong just waved his hand casually and pointed to Yang Qin and said, "Little friend Yang Qin is a distinguished guest that I invited. You can't have any neglect." After that, he walked into the manor with Yang Qin. In the manor, it was indescribably exquisite and luxurious. Just where Yang Chen's eyes could see, there were at least 3 ancient trees that were thousands of years old swaying. The materials used to build the manor. Even if Yang Qin saw it now, he couldn't wait to tear down the walls, floors, and roofs and use them to refine magic weapons. A master of the Deshang stage, hundreds of years of accumulation. Compared with Yang Chen's life of hiding from Tibet, the foundation was not 1 or 2 times richer. Wu Xiong was very particular about efficiency. Returning to the manor, he directly brought Yang Qin to the place where he would refine the heaven-seizing pill in the future. Here, Yang Qin met Wu Xiong's other guests. It was to be expected. Wu Xiong was not famous for his alchemy, so if he wanted to refine the heaven-seizing Dan, he would definitely need the help of a few high-level alchemists. Yang Qin saw at least 3 nascent soul-level alchemists, Zhu Peng, Deng Ya, Lian Yun. These 3 people were all famous alchemists. In Yang Chen's previous life, these people's names were like thunder in his ears. When Yang Chen was still a junior, the worst of the 3 was already a 3rd-grade alchemist master, and the strongest one, Deng Ya, although a woman, was already a 4th-grade alchemist master. Hearing Wu Xiong's introduction, Yang Chen was also an alchemist master. In the eyes of the 3 alchemists, there was a trace of doubt, and there was also a trace of contempt. A qi refining stage alchemist, even if the level was high, how high could it be? Yang Qin has the earth core fire, which is the most suitable for refining the emerald jade zoisha. For the contempt of the 3 senior alchemists, whether it was Wu Xiong or Yang Qin, they were not surprised. The heaven-seizing pill was not something that a junior in the qi refining stage could participate in, and the only reason why Yang Qin could participate was that he had the earth core fire, and the means of controlling the fire were absolutely outstanding, and he was competent for the task of refining the emerald jade zoisha. On this point, Wu Xiong did not deliberately elevate Yang Qin, which would make the 3 senior alchemists dissatisfied. Similarly, he did not belittle Yang Qin, but only stated the reason why Yang Qin participated. This reason, in the minds of the 3 alchemists, was an acceptable reason. Although each of them was a fire cultivator and had a fire seed, none of them had the earth core fire. Humph! Lian Yun snorted coldly and did not say anything, but his eyes did not hide his contempt for Yang Qin. This was an opportunity to refine the heaven-seizing pill to become famous in the world, and a junior came over, it was purely troublesome. He Lianyun did not think that Yang Qin was an indispensable person. Just do what you should do. Don't try to participate in other things. Relatively speaking, Deng Ya was a lot more cautious, and the words of warning were also a lot. If you delay Elder Wu's matter, don't blame us for being impolite. However, it was better to say that it was a warning than a reminder. As for Zhu Peng, she did not say anything. She coldly glanced at Yang Qin and no longer paid attention to him, sitting there and closing her eyes to rest. The attitudes of the three were different, but Wu Xiong did not express the slightest bit. The refining of the heaven-seizing pill was the three of them. Wu Xiong would never fall out with the three of them for the sake of Yang Qin, a disciple in the qi refining stage. The initial goal of bringing Yang Qin was just to improve the success rate of refining a little. Even if his impression of Yang Qin had changed later, it would not change the original purpose of bringing Yang Qin. Under the unanimous contempt of the three senior alchemists, Yang Qin seemed to have nothing happened. He sat in the seat that Wu Xiong arranged for him and began to examine another guy who was not an alchemist. Fan Shan, beast-taming sect. Seeing Yang Chen's eyes looking over, the remaining person's face showed a smile that did not look very friendly, but he said his identity. Yang Qin understood that the refining of the heaven-seizing pill required a powerful monster spirit as a pill spirit, and Fan Shan was a good helper in this regard. He nodded slightly at Fan Shan, and then Yang Qin greeted the four people with the etiquette of the younger generation. This junior is Yang Chen of the Pyongyang Palace. I have seen several seniors, and I also asked the seniors to give me some advice. This etiquette made the faces of a few people look better. The rest of the people did not speak. Deng Ya once again opened her mouth and said "en," and did not say anything more. The four masters of the Yuanying stage were reduced to refining medicine with a junior of the qi refining stage. It was estimated that if it were not for Wu Xiong's face, these people would directly kick Yang Qin out of this manner. According to the pill recipe, everything is ready. Everyone see what else needs to be prepared and bring it up together. Wu Xiong met with all the people who invited him, and his face also turned serious. This was a major event related to his ascension, and there could be no mistakes. There is nothing else, but can this Yang Qin do it? Don't delay Elder Wu's big event in the refining. Even 100 deaths can't atone for it. As soon as He Lianyun opened his mouth, he once again targeted Yang Qin. As far as I know, Chunyang Palace is not a sect famous for alchemy. A junior of the qi refining stage. If he is just lucky to have the core fire, it is better to find one of my apprentices, who is also a third-grade alchemist at the peak of the Jeton stage, and take his core fire. Chapter 145. There were 3 senior alchemists, one from the Imperial Beast sect, plus Yang Qin and Wu Xiong, a total of 6 people. After He Lianyun said these words, no one said anything except for Yang Qin. Although several people's attitudes towards Yang Qin were different, there was one thing that was the same, that was contempt. The refining of the heaven-seizing pill. Could a little junior in the qi refining stage participate? Do you deserve it? It was not impossible to seize the fire seed from others. Of course, the premise was that the person who owned the fire seed cooperated. It was impossible for the dead to have a fire seed, and it was impossible to forcibly take it away. It was only possible if the owner was willing to offer it. However, the lowest cultivation base of the people present was also in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Did a junior in the qi refining stage have any room to resist? The eyes of the 3 alchemists were already undisguised on Yang Chen's body. Each of them was the same greed. Although they did not need the fire seed themselves, who didn't have a few disciples, it was also a good thing to be able to get a suitable fire seed for their juniors. In particular, this earth core fire was the most suitable flame for alchemy. It could only be encountered and not sought. If they didn't already have a higher level fire seed, maybe they would be willing to get it directly from Yang Qin. Wu Xiong had already regretted bringing Yang Qin. He wanted to be able to refine and purify the best quality emerald jade zoysia, but he did not think of the problem of these people's cooperation. He did not expect that Helian Yin would directly put forward such a vicious idea. But Wu Xiong could not offend these 3 alchemists. They were already the top alchemists in the mortal world. Refining the heaven-seizing pill, he could not do without the help of these people. But to let him sacrifice Yangqin, it was something that Wu Xiong was extremely unwilling to do. He was the one who brought Yangqin. If he was killed like this, would he still have any face? Now in front of Wu Xiong was a difficult choice. On one side was the heaven-seizing pill. On the other side was Yangqin. Although only one of the 3 alchemists, Lien Yun, spoke, but all of them were stirred up by Lien Yun's words. If he didn't appease the 3 of them, there was no way to refine the heaven-seizing pill. However, if he were to sacrifice Yangqin just like that, he would be slapping his own face. No matter what, he couldn't do it. Wu Xiong's hesitation was naturally seen by everyone, and Yangqin was no exception. Wu Xiong had this hesitation. Yangqin was already very gratified. After all, he was just a junior in the qi refining stage. For a junior in the qi refining stage, he would fall out with 3 yuaning stage alchemists. People with brains would not do it. However, Yangqin was not a person who would resign himself to death. Lien Yun's thoughts were vicious, and Yangqin did not mind wiping out his face in order to make himself look good. You speak as if you really can refine the heaven-seizing pill. As long as I hand over the earth core flame, will Senior Helian be able to successfully refine it? Senior is a person personally invited by Elder Wu, and so is this younger generation junior. If there is a Deshang stage alchemist master appearing now, will Senior Helian also have to hand over his own fire seed? As soon as he opened his mouth, Yangqin's words made everyone slightly surprised. Moreover, is this Elder Wu's manner or Senior Helian's manner? Yangqin has been staring at Lien Yun closely and asked with a smile, Here, Senior Helian can already be the master of the house for Elder Wu. Is this what you mean? After saying this, Lien Yun's face had become a little wrong. It was true that Wu Xiong had invited him, but this was not Lien Yun's territory. Yelling and shouting in Wu Xiong's territory, and even directly punishing the person invited by Wu Xiong, was no longer the way to treat a guest. It was a blatant slap to the host's face. Wu Xiong was also reminded by Yangqin's words. Yes, this is my territory, my invited guest. Who dares to be so rude? The heaven-seizing pill has not been refined yet, and they have begun to have internal strife. The most important thing was that such a statement was not giving Wu Xiong face. Thinking of this, Wu Xiong's face also sank. In the end, Yangqin was personally invited by Wu Xiong, just like the 3 of them. Although everyone's realm was different, their identity was the same. Since they were all guests, running here to take over the host was a bad guest. Although Zhu Peng and Deng Yao were provoked by Lien Yun's words, at this moment there was no longer the contempt they had before. A junior in the qi refining stage could stand in front of 4 yuaning stage masters and a Deshang stage master and talk with confidence and assurance. This could no longer be described as daring. They couldn't help but look at Yangqin with new eyes. You. Lien Yun was horrified, just staring at Yangqin fiercely, but immediately turned to Wu Xiong and hurriedly explained, Elder Wu, this younger generation junior didn't mean that. In front of cultivators, alchemists were usually superior. No one wanted to offend an alchemist with a promising future, let alone Lien Yun, who was already famous in the world. However, Yangqin said before that the heaven-seizing pill has not been refined yet. In fact, the 3 alchemists were gathered here because the success of the heaven-seizing pill was not great, so everyone had to discuss it together. In history, the heaven-seizing pill has only been refined once, and it was also successfully refined by a brilliant senior alchemist. After the heaven-seizing pill was refined, the alchemist directly ascended, leaving only an incomplete pill recipe that only recorded the materials. The refining method still needed everyone to figure it out together. If he was really sure, Wu Xiong would definitely do whatever He Lianyun said. But the problem was here, He Lianyun didn't dare to pat his chest and guarantee it. So he didn't have the confidence to yell at Wu Xiong. When Yang Chen said that, he had to explain. Yang Chen's little friend was personally invited by this old man. Don't mention the previous words again. Wu Xiong was a little angry, but he also knew that he couldn't offend He Lianyun and the other alchemists at this time, so he could only say this. Where would He Lianyun dare to say anything more, except nodding? He didn't dare to say anything more. Wu Xiong had already been provoked by Yang Chen's words just now. Even if he was a senior alchemist, would a master of the Deshang stage who was about to ascend really care about him? In the future, if he wanted to clean up Yang Chen, there would be plenty of opportunities. Why would he find trouble for himself at this juncture? However, what Senior Hellion said actually makes sense. Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth again, scaring He Lianyun. Hearing that he agreed with himself, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what Yang Chen was going to do. Since several seniors don't trust this younger generation junior, it is better to do this. This younger generation junior will make a fool of himself and show everyone a little thing about controlling the fire. Yang Chen smiled and looked at the several alchemists, then said, if Senior Hellion can do the same, I will give you the Earth Core Fire. How about it? Chapter 146. Several people's eyes were all staring at Yang Chen's face. Was this junior really a fool? He Lianyun was almost submissive just now, but he still said this kind of words at this juncture. He Lianyun's face immediately showed anger. A junior in the Qi condensation stage, with a little bit of luck, collected the core fire. He actually didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and still wanted to challenge the authority of a nascent soul stage master. Did he really not know how to write the word death? Or did he think that a junior in the Qi condensation stage could do something that a nascent soul stage master couldn't? Since you are courting death, then I can't not accept it. Elder Wu, this junior is not arrogant. Elder Wu, please make a decision. He Lianyun said with a livid face, but his eyes were looking at Wu Xiong. Yang Chen had just used Wu Xiong to ruthlessly sweep his face, and now he actually dared to provoke him. He was a nascent soul stage master. He couldn't lose his prestige in front of a junior in the Qi condensation stage. Yang Chen, refining the heaven-seizing pill, is more important. Wu Xiong also frowned and couldn't help but remind Yang Chen, young people also need to know when to stop. The latter sentence was already very heavy. Elder Wu, refining the heaven-seizing pill requires everyone to cooperate sincerely and work together. And the most important thing is to make the best use of people. If the seniors don't know what this junior can do, they probably won't be able to start when assigning tasks. This junior just wants the seniors to understand a little more. With Yang Chen's persistence, even Wu Xiong couldn't stop it. Moreover, Yang Chen even found a reasonable reason for this behavior, so there was no way to stop it. He brought Yang Chen here already made the three alchemists unhappy. At this moment, if he still wanted to stop it, it would be purely making things difficult for the three alchemists. You're on your own. The heaven-seizing pill was more important, so Wu Xiong could only nod. But he really couldn't understand why Yang Chen did this. At this time, Yang Chen also smiled bitterly in his heart. He Lianyun's personality was the same as his alchemy level. Both were well known. Yang Chen had already heard of him in his previous life. His words had greatly offended him. He believed that as long as the refining of the heaven-seizing pill was completed, no matter the success or failure, he would be chased by him. It was better to use Wu Xiong's power to solve it face to face. Otherwise, he would never have a peaceful day in the future. Offending a high-level nascent soul stage alchemist was no different from offending the Taishaman in his previous life. He Lianyun looked at Yang Chen with an evil grin. In his eyes, or perhaps in the hearts of the crowd, Yang Chen was already bound to lose. After losing the core fire, Yang Qin no longer had any reason to stay here. Even if he couldn't kill Yang Qin now, he could still find trouble with him in the future. But now he could vent his anger. Senior, if I lose, I will have to hand over the core fire. Yang Qin turned to He Lianyun and asked with a smile, I don't know what Senior will use as a bet if he loses. Senior, you are a nascent soul stage master. Surely you won't go back on your words with this junior? I will lose? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? He Lianyun was furious. As an alchemist, he was also an expert in controlling fire. How could he lose to Yang Qin, a junior in the Qi refining stage in controlling fire? But in front of several nascent soul stage alchemists and Wu Xiong, he couldn't say this directly. It would seem that he was narrow-minded. Even though this was something that everyone had a tacit understanding of, it was not something that could be said out loud. However, what Yang Qin said was also reasonable. Since it was a bet between the two sides, it was really unfair for only one party to take out a bet. What do you want? He Lianyun was so angry that he laughed. His whole person had calmed down. As an alchemist, in addition to the means of controlling fire to refine pills, he also had to be calm, especially at some critical moments when refining pills. This was also an essential quality. If I lose, I will have to take out the fire seed. Then, Senior will naturally use the fire seed. How about it? Yang Chen blurted out his request, then looked straight at He Lianyun. You want to use the core fire to bet against my true fire of the sun? Hearing this request, He Lianyun was furious. Although the core fire was the most suitable fire seed for alchemy in the mortal world, the true fire of the sun in his body was at least 2 levels higher than the core fire. This bet was simply unfair. I will use the Qi refining stage to bet against Senior's nascent soul stage. Could it be that Senior has already admitted defeat in his heart? Yang Chen didn't back down because of He Lianyun's anger. With such a big difference in cultivation, his chances of winning were already very small. This sentence was meant to provoke He Lianyun into taking the bait. In Yang Chen's previous life, the fire seed he collected was the true fire of the sun. However, that time it was a narrow escape from death. It just so happened that He Lianyun had the true fire of the sun. How could Yang Chen let go of such an opportunity? Since he had already offended He Lianyun, he might as well offend him to the end. Anyway, no matter what he did, he would be hunted down afterwards. Yang Chen, of course, wanted to get more benefits first. Good. Provoked by Yang Chen's words, He Lianyun's anger could no longer be suppressed. He repeatedly said the word good 3 times, then gnashed his teeth and said, Sure enough, heroes come from the youth. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. No matter what your cultivation is, this old man admires your courage. After that, He Lianyun was shocked again, and a bloodthirsty light appeared in his eyes. Since you are in a good mood, how can this old man be a disappointment? Okay, let's bet on the fire seed. After that, He Lianyun turned to Wu Xiong and said, Elder Wu, this is not a junior taking advantage of his seniority, but this junior is forcing me. Please be a witness, Elder Wu. Not only Wu Xiong, but even Zhu Peng, Deng Ya, and Fan Shan of the Imperial Beast sect didn't know what was wrong with Yang Qin. But now that the words had come to this, they didn't even have a chance to stop it and give both sides a way out. When Wu Xiong was in a dilemma, Yang Qin also turned to Wu Xiong and said, Elder Wu, this junior asks the senior to be a witness. Knowing that this matter was irreversible, Wu Xiong could only nod, but he still added, No matter what, this bet can only be cashed after the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. The refining can't be delayed. He invited everyone here to refine the heaven-seizing pill, not to let one of the 2 alchemists lose his fire seed before the refining began. We will follow Elder Wu's instructions. Yang Chen and He Lianyun both cupped their hands. Wu Xiong's words were already the biggest concession. Both of them were clear about this, so naturally there would be no objections. Junior, I don't believe that you can play any tricks with the Imperial Fire technique. He Lianyun looked at Yang Chen as if he was looking at a dead man. I will wait for you to offer the Earth Core Fire! Chapter 147. Yang Chen walked directly to the open space in the middle, without any stage fright. The others sat in their respective positions on the edge, waiting to see what method Yang Chen was going to use to control the fire. As a matter of fact, Wu Xiong was no longer just worried. He was even more puzzled. Yang Chen communicated with him along the way. He didn't think that Yang Chen was a person who didn't know when to advance or retreat, but he was so abnormal here it was really puzzling. He really couldn't understand. Where did Yang Chen, a junior in the Qi refining stage, get the confidence to dare to challenge a master in the nascent soul stage? Similarly confused were the other three, Zhu Peng, Deng Ya, and Fan Shan. Zhu Peng and Deng Ya were both alchemy masters, cultivators of the fire attribute and also in the nascent soul stage. Putting themselves in his shoes, of course, they could roughly estimate the means of Helian Yun's fire control. They really couldn't think of any chance for Yang Chen to win. As for Fan Shan, although he was a member of the Imperial Beast Sect, he was not ignorant of the fire attribute. The gap between the Qi refining stage and the nascent soul stage was an insurmountable gap. Even if Yang Chen's fire control method was exquisite, Helian Yun could make up for this gap by relying on his super strong cultivation base. It must be known that the two of them didn't restrict Helian Yun's cultivation base just now. This was also one of Helian Yun's calmness. Even if his heart was filled with anger, he still cautiously left a way for himself to cheat. This point, Zhu Peng, Deng Ya, and Fan Shan also knew, but none of them reminded Yang Chen. In the end, Yang Chen was just a junior in the Qi refining stage. It was not worth it for them to fall out with a nascent soul stage alchemy master because of him. Everyone was waiting to see Yang Chen's performance, and Yang Chen didn't let everyone wait long. Walking to the center of the field, Yang Chen stood still. After a while, he raised his hands and hugged them in front of his chest. Then, a trace of flame emerged from between his hands. A dark red flame. Everyone present was a sharp-eyed person. Everyone could tell at a glance that Yang Chen's flame was indeed the core flame. There was nothing fake about it. Furthermore, Yang Chen's cultivation level had been probed several times by everyone's divine sense, and all of them had shown that he was at the Qi refining stage. It was impossible for him to be an expert in disguise. Currently, what Yang Chen was displaying was also only the cultivation level of the Qi refining realm. He hadn't surpassed it at all. However, the more it was like this, the more curious they became. Their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. That was not enough. They used their divine senses to observe the battlefield, afraid that they would miss something. The dark red flames formed a complete ring, and then began to outline a somewhat strange pattern. This move was not surprising to the crowd. In fact, it was quite ordinary. On Helian Yun's face, there was already a smug smile. It seemed that the core flame was already at his fingertips. Of course, Yang Chen's performance was not over. The flame in front of him seemed to have turned into a brush, accurately outlining a strange pattern. For the time being, no one could tell what the diagram was. However, the thin flame was of equal thickness at the front and back. Moreover, it was still condensed into a thread, without the slightest bit of breaking. Just this alone was enough to make everyone cheer. All the masters present were Yuanying stage masters, especially the three alchemists. It was not difficult for them to do this. However, Yang Chen, who performed in the middle, was a junior in the Qi refining stage, which was really commendable. They were all knowledgeable people. Naturally, they understood that even if it was a Jidon stage master, it was not so easy to do this. Seeing this, everyone basically understood why Wu Xiong would bring Yang Chen. With this precise control of the flame, coupled with his core flame, it was definitely possible to improve the quality of all the medicinal materials for the refining of the heaven-seizing pill. If the quality of all the medicinal materials was improved by a grade, it was believed that the success rate of the refining would also be greatly enhanced. Wu Xiong's original intention of bringing Yang Qin over was precisely this. Now everyone has understood Wu Xiong's meaning, but everyone's contempt before, coupled with Helian Yun's words, forced Yang Qin into a corner, and he had to fight back. Being able to increase the success rate of refining the heaven-seizing pill, whether it was Wu Xiong or a few others, they were happy to see it. If the refining of the heaven-seizing pill was successful, not only would Wu Xiong get benefits, but those who participated would also have endless fame and the opportunity to refine the heaven-seizing pill again when they ascend in the future. But at the moment, everyone was made to do by Helian Yun. Everyone didn't know what to do. Even if everyone ended peacefully in front of them, who could guarantee that Yang Qin would do his best to help? The big characters had their own uses, and the small characters also had their own uses. Although everyone's grade was high, in terms of refining medicinal materials, Yang Qin, who had the earth fire, was the most powerful. Helian Yin didn't think so. He just looked at Yang Qin coldly and made a contemptuous snort from time to time. Everything that Yang Qin performed, he could easily do it. Wasn't it just the ability to control the flame? This kind of insignificant skill also dared to show off in front of a nascent soul stage fire cultivator? Yang Qin didn't seem to feel the changes in everyone's mood at all. He just focused on controlling the flame in front of him. The range of the flame was very small, which was also related to Yang Qin's cultivation base. However, the smaller the range, the more it tested Yang Qin's control of the fire. Everyone understood this. The pattern was getting more and more complex, and even it was so dense that it was almost impossible to see what the pattern was. Everyone's eyes could only see a dark red all over. Only through spiritual awareness, it could be found that Yang Qin had drawn a clear, strange pattern on the disc with a flame as thin as a silk thread. The pattern was very regular, like some kind of array, but it was not complete yet. No one could tell what it was. Everyone's curiosity was also getting higher and higher, and their expectations were getting stronger and stronger. Daring to bet with a nascent soul stage alchemist, I'm afraid it was not as simple as a pattern, right? Yang Qin's face had already appeared beads of sweat. Obviously, this control was also very exhausting. There was no way he was now only at the qi refining stage and had not reached the realm of communicating with heaven and earth. Many things were more difficult to use. This was a fact that could not be changed. No matter how strong Yang Qin's spiritual sense was, it was impossible to change this. Finally, Yang Qin's flame reached a peak, and the entire dark red pattern was completed. Yang Qin let out a long breath, and a smile appeared on his face. Is this it? You dare to do it in front of me? Helian Yun's words were only half spoken, as if he had suddenly seen a ghost. He stared at the pattern between Yang Qin's hands, dumbfounded and could no longer speak. Chapter 148. Not only Helian Yun, but even Zhu Peng, Deng Ya, and Fan Shan, who were watching from the sidelines, all had such an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Wu Xiong stared at Yang Qin's hands. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't believe his eyes. Not only could he not believe his own eyes, but he also could not believe his own spiritual awareness. How was this possible? Was that something that a junior in the qi refining stage could do? Using a little exaggeration to say, is this F*** human being able to do it? The flame pattern between Yang Qin's hands had turned light blue at this moment, and a spiritual power began to gather around it. The people present were all masters. What was the spiritual power that was gathered? Everyone could understand it with a sweep of their spiritual awareness. It was the spiritual power of the water attribute. Wu Xiong's Desheng stage master was in his own manner, and it was not surprising that the spiritual power of the 5 elements was abundant. The pattern in Yang Qin's hands, everyone also understood what it was at this moment. It was a spirit-gathering array, a low-level array that gathered water attribute spiritual power. None of the people present were water attribute cultivators, nor were they array cultivators. At first glance, when they saw the incomplete, low-level array, it was also a very natural thing to not recognize it. The flame was a low-level geocentric fire. The array was a low-level spirit-gathering array, and the gathered spiritual power was not very powerful. It was just the water attribute, spiritual power in a small area around it. At most, the effect of the array could only cover this small site. However, no one dared to laugh at the power of this array, and no one dared to laugh at Yang Chen's fire-controlling means. Using the flames of the earth flame, he forcibly drew out a water attribute spirit-gathering array. Moreover, he set up the array in the air. He did not use any materials at all. He only relied on the flames in his hands to do it. Was he still an alchemist? The most terrifying thing was that Yang Chen actually used the flame to arrange the water attribute array. The two attributes of the 5 elements, which were completely restrained, were perfectly unified at this moment. This kind of method, let alone seeing it with their own eyes, they had never even heard of it. They didn't dare, they didn't believe it, it was incredible. At this moment, whether it was the master of the Yuanying stage or the master of the Deshang stage, whether it was the alchemist master or the beast tamer, all of them had the same expression. He could actually play with fire to such an extent, and could actually play with water to such an extent, which formation master didn't rely on high-level materials, high-level formation diagrams, and super strong spiritual power to arrange a high-level formation. Even if it was a low-level spirit-gathering array, it would still require some water attribute materials, right? Using spiritual power to arrange a diagram out of thin air was already shocking enough, but using flames to arrange a water-attributed spirit-gathering array, this completely subverted everyone's understanding of the 5 elements. Was this really something a human could do? They were all experts, so there was no need for Yang Chen to remind them. Everyone would certainly use their spiritual consciousness to thoroughly explore the spirit-gathering array from the inside out. That's right, this array was completely made up of flames. This couldn't be hidden from anyone. Other than flames, no other means were used. Although everyone could see that Yang Chen had all 5 elements of spiritual power in his body, who didn't? Unless it was the kind of person with the full value of the 5 elements' spirit roots. Otherwise, which one in the world didn't have all 5 elements? It was just that some people's spiritual power was mainly occupied by a certain attribute. Yang Chen was no exception, a fire cultivator. But it was Yang Chen's flame that constructed a complete water attribute spirit gathering array and had begun to condense the surrounding water attribute spiritual power. This point, everyone's spiritual consciousness exploration was clear and thorough. Yang Chen in front of 4 masters of the Yuanying stage and a master of the Deshang stage. There was no possibility of cheating. Water and fire were incompatible. This was the truth that had been passed down for many generations, and now it collapsed in front of everyone. A few people were horrified, and when they looked at each other, they found that the other party had also lost their composure like themselves. It seemed that the frog at the bottom of the well was not the only one, and a few people's hearts were more or less a little better. But then, several alchemy masters began to get excited. Fire could be played like this. Wasn't this the direction of their future struggle? Although Fan Shan and Elder Wu of the Imperial Beast sect were not fire cultivators, they also had the 5 elements' spirit roots. If fire could be played like this, of course, other attributes could also be played like this. Everyone was equally excited. The only one who was left with only fear was He Lianyun. When the water attribute spirit gathering array constructed by the flame in Yang Chen's hand began to condense spiritual power, he was already dumbfounded in place, stunned, and no longer able to speak. Although He Lianyun's cultivation base was high and the grade of alchemy was already at the 3rd level, he dared not say that his fire of desire method was superb, but he dared to say that it was at the peak. Otherwise, he would not become a senior alchemy master. However, this move of Yang Chen, he didn't even dare to think about it, let alone do it. Even if he used the strength of the Yuanying stage and used the huge gap in strength to make up for the lack of fire controlling methods, He Lianyun didn't dare to say that he could blend water and fire. He couldn't understand the key to it, even if he was beaten to death, let alone doing it again according to Yang Chen's means. However, He had already boasted before that he would gamble with Yang Chen's fire seed. In this way, wasn't the sun true fire that he had spent countless efforts and used countless medicinal pills to exchange for, and it took him hundreds of years to refine, was just given to Yang Chen, a junior in the qi refining stage? It was no exaggeration to say that a high-level fire seed was simply the lifeblood of a fire cultivator. Yang Chen's move was almost peeling off He Lianyun's skin and drawing blood from his heart. It was even worse than this. As soon as the sun true fire was handed over, He Lianyun could almost be sure that he would immediately lose his nascent soul, and his realm would directly fall back to the Jiedan stage, or even lower. His Yuanying stage was promoted after refining the sun true fire. If he handed it over, it was simply the same as directly abolishing his cultivation base. However, the words were still ringing in his ears, and it was Elder Wu Xiong who was invited at the same time as Yang Chen as a witness. Did He Lianyun dare to renege on his debt in front of Elder Wu Xiong? Did he really have to hand over the sun true fire? Without the sun true fire, could his Yuanying stage and alchemy master still be preserved without the sun true fire? Under the panic, He Lianyun's eyes for help had turned to Zhu Peng and Deng Ya. As long as the two of them spoke, Wu Xiong would definitely not risk offending 3 senior alchemists at the same time to force him to hand over the sun true fire. Although he would have a reputation of breaking his promise, at least he could still retain his current status and cultivation base. What made He Lianyun desperate was that the 2 alchemists he asked for help didn't seem to notice his gaze. They just looked at Yang Chen over there without blinking. He Lianyun's heart sank directly to the bottom. Chapter 149. According to Yang Chen's appearance, it was not too difficult to draw a picture in the air with flames. The difficult thing was to form the array, and the array had to play a role, especially the fire to construct a water attribute array. Even if the people present added up, they couldn't figure out how to do it. Yang Chen knew very well that it was impossible to know the mystery of this, including Wu Xiong. Of course, he would not tell everyone that this was something that everyone would start to ponder after ascending and entering the spiritual world. The other party was a Yuanying stage master, and ordinary fire controlling means could not suppress these arrogant guys. Yang Chen certainly had to use something special. The flame array was the simplest of them, and it was what Yang Chen could do now, so he used it directly. It seemed that the effect was good. At least the eyes of the 5 people here had become a kind of monster. Yang Chen's purpose had been achieved. The sun's true fire was in hand, and in the process of refining the heaven-seizing pill, Yang Chen also had the capital to speak. If according to the normal procedure, even if these people accepted Yang Chen to join them, they would not have any special treatment for him. At most, they would look at Wu Xiong's face and treat him as a dispensable assistant. After this performance, no one dared to point fingers at him on the fire controlling. Yang Chen in the middle separated his hands, and the blue spirit gathering array suddenly dispersed and turned into a dark red flame that was as thin as a silk thread. One end was connected to Yang Chen's right hand, and the other end was scattered in the air. The spirit gathering array suddenly failed, and the gathered spiritual energy also exploded around Yang Chen, bursting out a blue light. Yang Chen's right hand shook, and the zigzag flame silk was like being shaken off, and it suddenly spread out from a tangle and became a very agile one. Then Yang Chen's right hand turned slightly a few times, and the flame in his hand was like a whip beginning to wrap around Yang Chen's hand. Finally, Yang Chen slowly put the flame that had been wrapped into a group into his body and looked up at the crowd. His ability to control fire was like a real object, and it attracted everyone's attention once again. However, compared to the stunning flame array from before, this move was much easier. Relying on the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, the few alchemists present should be able to barely do it. But if they wanted to reduce their cultivation to the level of Yang Chen, it was absolutely impossible. Senior Hellion, I'm done. Senior, please. Smiling at He Lianyun, Yang Chen made an inviting gesture. Then he moved away from the middle position and walked to Wu Xiong's side. This Hellion Yun was narrow-minded, but he had to guard against him. Standing by Wu Xiong's side was the safest and safest method. Hellion Yun's face was gloomy. At this moment, it was impossible to tell what he was feeling. He stood where he was, as if he was deep in thought. A few people at the side looked at him with pity in their eyes. A high-level alchemist in the nascent soul stage was actually forced into a corner by a young man in the qi refining stage. They really didn't know what to say. With the performance of Yang Qin, his image in the minds of several people had also changed greatly. At least in the hearts of several people, they had subconsciously called him from a junior in the qi refining stage to a young man in the qi refining stage. Especially Zhu Peng and Deng Ya. Looking at the current Hellion Yun, they even had a feeling of sympathy. In addition to pity, there was also lingering fear. If the two of them had jumped out to do something to Yang Qin, maybe Yang Chen's challenge would have brought them along. Then the one who would be embarrassed now would not only be Hellion Yun, but no one stood up to say anything. It was Hellion Yun himself who proposed to take Yang Chen's earth fire. When he said it at the time, he did not care about the face of Wu Xiong as the master. Naturally, at this time, Wu Xiong would not stand up to speak for him, especially when Wu Xiong was still an arbitrator. Everyone stared at Hellion Yun. But Hellion Yun just stood there, not saying anything and not moving, as if he was thinking about something. Everyone knew what he was thinking. In fact, from the beginning of Yang Chen's battle, everyone was thinking about whether they could do this and how to do it if they were replaced. Hellion Yun must be thinking about how to do it, so no one would disturb him. However, this process could not be too long. Otherwise, they could wait for decades or even centuries for Hellion Yun to think of a way. Yang Chen would not allow him to do this, and Wu Xiong as an arbitrator would not be biased. He could only blame Hellion Yun himself. Finally, after a moment, Hellion Yun also walked to the middle and stretched out his hands. Just like Yang Qin, a flame appeared in his palms and began to construct a pattern. However, compared to Yang Qin, his flame was really a bit unfamiliar. After all, it was his first time doing it. He had never thought about being able to control fire like this before. Fortunately, with his nascent soul stage cultivation base, he could barely control the flame under the control of his powerful spiritual awareness. The array diagram was different from Yang Chen's, but it was also a low-level water attribute array that he knew. Anyway, everyone was a knowledgeable person. As long as he could activate the array, even if he won the bet, he had to try it anyway. In any case, as a nascent soul stage master and a high-level alchemist, it was not Hellion Yun's style to admit defeat without even making a move. He was even lucky enough to think that as long as he could complete the array diagram, he could easily activate the array like Yang Qin. Unfortunately, things turned out contrary to his wishes. Without a real understanding of the 5 elements, without a real understanding of the array, and without a real control of the flame to the extreme, it was impossible to do what Yang Qin did. At this point, no matter how lucky he was, it was impossible for a miracle to happen here with Hellion Yun. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hellion Yun's array diagram was completed several times, but no matter how hard he tried, the array could never be activated. After trying several times, Hellion Yun's face finally showed a deathly gray color. He lost. A dignified nascent soul stage master, a third-grade alchemist, was actually defeated by a junior in the qi refining stage. How could the proud Hellion Yun endure this? When did he, Hellion Yun, suffer such an insult in front of others? Although he was angry in his heart in front of Wu Xiong, Hellion Yun did not dare to lose his temper at all. He did not even dare to mention breaking the contract. At this time, Hellion Yun began to regret why he jumped out and had such an attitude towards Yang Qin. Now it was too late to say anything. He could only take one step at a time. Perhaps refining the heaven-seizing pill with all his strength was the best opportunity. As long as he could make Wu Xiong happy, he would change the bet to something else. As long as he did not deprive himself of the sun's true fire, Hellion Yun could agree to any conditions now.